eyes embrace the black. Sleepless nights and headaches stack. Restlessness to hell and back. What's my purpose? What do I grab? A slippery surface, a heart attack. And sometimes you just gotta believe there's something that'll give you relief. There's something that'll have what you need, what you need. We're broken, it's tragic, we're not all elastic, but maybe there's magic, believe you could have it. And I know of sadness, the anxious and panic, the infinite vastness of all that is blackness.
Since we have done a stream, people have been wondering, what's going on? What's going on? I've been sick. I've been pretty sick for a while. We got sick back around on the, mid of the last week of June. I think around the 30th or so, 29th, 30th. And we have been fighting that sickness all the way up till... Well, we're still fighting it, honestly. We weren't too good yesterday. We've been having ups and downs. We don't know what it is. It's not COVID so far that we know of, but it has had low blood pressure, which has caused me to be too dizzy to even sit at times. So yeah, we're back. We're on the streams. We're going to try and do streams each and every day this coming week. Excluding Monday. The only reason I'm going to exclude Monday is I think I already have something scheduled for Monday. So we are going to be doing streams on Tuesday, Wednesday, as well as our regular scheduled Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, and Sundays. We will be doing one on Tuesday and Wednesday. What they are, I'll determine that when we get to it. But we'll be doing those streams to have a little fun, reconnect with people, and bring in people. We're going to be trying to do probably even some long streams. Hey Damien, how's it going? So yeah, we've got two requests here that we're doing today, as well as just a free-for-all drawing today. And we are going to be doing this for 6 hours. This is normally only a 2-hour program. We're going to be doing a 6-hour art stream. So I hope you all are ready to join us for this. It is going to be a interesting one. Our first one request that we should have been done at the beginning of the month was this little pogo ball situation girl with the pink skull hat. You're gonna have to excuse me for coughing because I literally had no voice most of the week last week, so that's part of the reason why I didn't do it. Next one is Damien's request here. It is to do Nanahana's, I don't know how to say her name here. I don't know why I'm up there. Alright, the Nanahanas. Shamal Nanahana. Shamal, so we're gonna have Shamal from, Nanahana, disguised as, or costumed as, Thor, female Thor, I guess. Because the pictures you kept showing me were female Thor from Thor Love and Thunder, which would have been the, Jane Foster Thor, which, we'll discuss more of it when we get to that one. And then we have a blank page. I also have some pages of Demon Blade that I'm working on at the moment. It's also been kind of down and low, so I might be doing a stream of us doing Demon Blade one day. That might be something we do, I don't know, but we're gonna try and do, like I said, a stream each and every day this week, to try and fill out some concepts, or stuff, and it's gonna be all at night, typically Eastern Standard Time, so come and join us, for any of those. We'll be back tomorrow with continuing our Fallout New Vegas stream. Actually, I'm gonna reschedule that. I think we're gonna do Persona 5, Royale, because we're near the end, but I learned since that we're gonna have another dungeon because we completed, Rocky, the counselor in Royale. So that another dungeon comes up, or storyline progresses comes up if you completed Meraki. Now, I did 2 different versions of this. I preferred this version over this version. It just looks better, in my opinion. So I spent some time doing some of these sketches out today, a little bit last night. I think probably because I'm dead tired. It was 1 o'clock in the morning and I was doing these. I think that's probably why they came out a little rough at the get-go. So when I woke up today a little bit more refreshed, we were able to do it. Let's see here. Let's do this. No, I don't like how it is. But, yeah, I mean, I at least got a lot of viewing done over the past 2 weeks of stuff. Be it anime, be it non-anime. I mean, hell, last few days I've been watching sort of the To Catch a Killer videos on Netflix. But I mean, I went through, I watched, of course, on Netflix, Stranger Things. So I unfortunately kind of spoiled something for someone on Stranger Things on a RPG playthrough that I'm running with another group. And so I kind of, spoiled one major thing that happens at the end. Besides the, typical one character will always die in the, season that we know of. So yeah. Besides that, we have the basically, I'm gonna say it. So spoiler warning if you've not caught up to Stranger Things final of this of the season. So the season 4 finale. Vecna lives. Vecna is the big bad of the series, which is no surprise with the running with the D&D gags and concepts. That Vecna is the big bad of the series, because Vecna is pretty much one of the big bads of D&D. If you go and fight Vecna, and it's pretty much, he'll get away in D&D, almost always. Some way he'll find a new way to be reborn or whatever, and that's what kind of happens in Stranger Things. So as we were playing, I was like, oh, well, Vecna lives, it's typical. And And for those who don't know who Vecna is and been watching Stranger Things, Vecna is basically an evil, evil god. To sum things up, he's an evil god. And, yeah, I get why Stranger Things did it. I get it. And I was hoping there was going to be more conflict with the freaking guys that were out to kill them for that, and out to kill the club members of the Hellfire Club, or whatever they were called. I think they were called the Hellfire Club. But yeah, I would have loved to see, more of a conflict there, considering they stirred up an entire town and it ends up being a fight with one guy. Yeah, I'd love to see more. Cooking Dojo. How is everything? I'm recovering still. I'm still recovering. It's basically been a week of coughing and sneezing and grogginess. I literally looked like The Walking Dead yesterday when I went to get food from my stepmother. Because I am without a vehicle, so I am stuck at home for now because I have no means to go anywhere. So she was kind enough to bring me some vegetables because I was running low because I need fresh stuff. And she brought me some chicken too, which I just cooked up for dinner. And I need to address something because this was a question by one of the viewers. They viewed it, but they watch it also through, or they tune in from our DeviantArt page, which is Embry Arts, or DeviantArt/EmbryArt. We have a DeviantArt page. Come and join it. We're getting more and more members on there versus our Patreon, which is fine. You can be a membership and you can see most of the artwork as it comes out. A week ahead of before. But yeah, the thing I needed to mention was someone asked, why is this series called Dining and Doing? Well, it's because when we initially started, we were both eating the food during the stream, or during our drawing, and we were giving food advice and food concepts. Now, I still occasionally eat. I just ate earlier today because I was like, I need to get this cooked in the, what's gonna be left over in the fridge. What I had tonight was some buttered pepper chicken with some tomatoes over top of some pasta. So, I mean, it was just a simple, quick dish. But yeah, it's delicious. And I didn't cook the tomatoes. I had fresh tomatoes over top of it. It's just something, sometimes don't go for the sauce in the can. Hell, actually, I don't use sauce in the can. I'll make my own sauce, but I mean, if I have fresh ingredients, I will use fresh ingredients. And it's tomato season where I live. I don't know if it is where you who are watching this are. So tomatoes are in high quality at this point. It's the best time to get them. So yeah, exactly. That's what I enjoyed, some fresh tomatoes on top of my pasta. And I buttered and peppered the chicken, which is just delicious. Nice, quick way. It's chicken breast. Yeah. But yeah, I would eat. In fact, because this is a 6-hour stream, I've got a Built Bar to eat later. I have some almonds also near me to eat. And if I get hungry and peckish, I have those at my side. But we're gonna do what we can. I didn't get to do much artwork over the past 2 weeks. Sadly, because my eyes were one of the worst things out of the results. There were literally a couple days where I had to just keep one of my eyes closed. And the bad thing was, it was my good eye that I'd keep closed. And it made it harder to do any artwork at all. Which is why Demon Blade's been a bit delayed during this time. And it was why I haven't gotten to most artwork requests, including stuff Justin has commissioned. Or Cooking Dojo's commissioned. So yeah, you can join in doing this request was to put, we kind of did this before. We did this once before, where we did a pogo ball. And we explained what a pogo ball was in that stream. A pogo ball is basically a giant rubber ball. I don't know if it's fully filled. It's not fully filled because you're gonna put weight on the thing. And you have a giant handle and you ride the thing. And so that's what this was a request. This was a request through our Instagram account to draw this character. I believe it's an original character from the person. They didn't give me the name of said character. They just showed me 2 different images, which I got on the side here to work from. And the only thing I could note of them is it's got this pink skull hair clip character. So you get a good view of what this character looks like, that they did, or where, having somebody else do it or something. There's another one. Let's see if I can pull up the other one. There's a different version of it with pink skull. That is the drawing character first. Then we'll get to the Nanahana around our regularly timed schedule. And then we'll get to a draw, any kind of drawing that I want to do at the last bit. I don't have one set in mindset, so, hey. Maybe somebody can suggest for something they want drawn in this last bit. Or not, but, but by all means, I'm going to keep pushing this on the streams this week. Like, comment, and subscribe. Absolutely helps us with the algorithm. Helps us get found more by other people. If you want to see more of the art streams, if you want to see more of the gaming streams, or the story time streams that we do, like, comment, and subscribe. It is essential for us to do during these streams. If you want us to do more anime reviews, that'd be great too. We might add those back in. Lesser Look was put aside because we were getting copyright struck right and left for doing reviews of newer series, and trying to have clips where we could, honor the series or degrade the series as it came, but the companies were partially attacking us because they were new stuff. And it was ridiculous. It's like, we're just trying to give you an honest review. So I might do it. I might just start doing a live. But we're going to be doing a lot of different things next weeks. And I'm going to be pushing that for a reason. We don't know if I'm going to have to move out right now. It is getting to that point in my situation with that I have not had a steady job. I do have a job interview next week, but because of my health, I've not had a steady job for almost a year. Well, actually for over a year. And I've not been able to get things straight. So now it's getting to be a point where they're like, you're getting out. So, yeah. We're at that point. I can't argue with them. It sucks. But hey, we'll figure something out. if you're wondering, hey, will that stop, you know, artwork and whatnot? Yes and no. It may stop the streams for a while, unfortunately. But it's gonna be down to a few things. But even when I was homeless before, I continued to do art requests and art drawings each week. We were able to fill a lot of requests and a lot of drawings. So, yeah, I mean, it's sad that it may be coming to that. We're working through on things. Part of the problem is to help the rent was a program that wasn't doing their part, and we're gonna have to go to probably court with it and settle the situation there. They were supposed to be helping with the rent, but they did not help at all. So, we're gonna have that kind of situation to deal with. And I mean, I may have been like, hey, you know, help finance, but I'm not gonna. I'd never, even when I was homeless, I didn't sit and beg for people to just give me money, because I'm not looking for handouts. I'm looking for hand-ups. And you know, if you have a job or know of a job that's in need of somebody who is physically disabled, because I am disabled in a sense, but is a decent artist, let me know. Even if it's a, you know, non-creative job, if it's something else. I know a lot of freaking restaurants are out there looking for help. I would do it if I could physically stay on my feet. That's the problem. I've gotten weaker and weaker over the past year since I've been out of the hospital. And part of that situation is I can't be on my feet that long. And it sucks. It really sucks. Because, I mean, I used to do exercising regularly. I've been denied doing some of the long walks that I used to do. Because I can't trust it that I won't fall and smack open my head. Alright. I'm trying to think of a name for this girl, because one of the things that's bothering me is, at least with Damien's request, we at least have a name of a character. This one, I got no name for the character. I just got Pink Skull Girl. Trying to think of a name. I mean, she's in a band leader's outfit of a sort. Pink skull. I mean, what would we... Other than, like, Persephone, or Persephone, I don't know what I would call her. I really don't. It's gonna be a weird draw. The next one. Partially, and I'll get into it, my feelings about Jane Foster Thor. And I cannot go by the movie. I've not seen the movie, I will state. I have not watched Thor Love and Thunder. But from what I understand of audience views and some critics' ratings, it wasn't that well accepted. And I have a feeling I know why. We'll get into that when we get to that point. That's weird. put the ball here. But yeah, we're just gonna be doing this this week for Patreon viewers. It may not be until Monday because I have to work on it. I haven't even started on it. The next page of Magical Princess War is gonna be out. I know what I'm gonna be putting in that page. Basically we know what happens because it's a flashback. And not a flash or, regular story progression. But we know kind of what happens from this point. That Star is going to be running away from the sailors and going into what starts the adventure from page 1. I do like that people are finding it now and are enjoying that series. So yeah, I'm glad that people are finding and enjoying the Magical Princess War. And we're gonna make a connection. I don't know if I'm gonna do it this strip or the next, and kind of me giving away a little bit. But there's gonna be the connection between Jello and the Sailor Scouts. And those who don't know what Jello is, other than a, dessert option or salad option if you go to some buffets. Jello is the villain's acronym. I believe it's been a long time since I did the gag, but yes, they flat out rip off Jello as their acronym group. And so the villains are going to be doing, you'll see what they did probably, or the start of what went on with them in the scouts or guardians, or however you want to call them. You'll see what they have done. Magical Princess War. Your own story or a commission. It's kind of, well, it's not my, well, it's my original story, but it's fan art at the same time, and it's a Patreon request. It is Patreon request. If you see me do the movie reviews or the anime review with Septum Sen versus the World, Septum Sen's the one who put in the request for the series. And he gave me 3 specific characteristics, or 3 specific characters going to war. And I was like, well, I can write the story for this comic and keep it going. But I wanted to create a reason why they're at war and how they came to be. Now, he did tell me the exact wording of how Star and the sailors would come to war. Because in the comic, yeah, it's Star versus the Sailor Scouts. With My Little Pony Friendship is Magic characters backing her up. So we added in the concept, well, maybe she's being assisted by all these other characters. So in a way, it's come to be anime characters versus American cartoon characters. And it is a Patreon request. And I'm turning that off. It's one of my alarms that I normally have for Saturday. To tell me, hey, you gotta get ready for that stream. And then I'll have another one later that says, hey, it's time for that stream. Be set up. It's just one of those weird things. I came up with, well, what if the villains of this world, of these different worlds, joined together and had some reason several princesses. And then when I was like, oh, well, you know, I came across the Gravity Falls, I was like, maybe take the horoscope and make it mean something as part of that. Because the horoscope originally in the series supposedly meant characters, but they were kind of vague on some of the characters. So one of the things I wanted to do was change up the horoscope. So I made the horoscope different for different characters, different princesses. It's like, well, you know, these are all magical princesses. Put them at war against each other. And it'd be all as sort of a fight that the villains are sort of wanting, but at the same time, some elements are happening that they don't want, like Rick from Rick and Morty's involvement into trying to stop them, and you get the supreme power they all are after in Jello, which is called the Null. And we're eventually going to see the Null. I don't know if I'm going to do it too soon, because we still need to finish up this is sort of still the beginning of the Steven Universe arc. Where they kind of just come into the world, hit the Steven Universe world, and there's already a fight battle going on when they get into it. Not a huge fan of Steven Universe. I feel it was kind of just, you know, people can hate me on that. But it wasn't something that really pulled me. And I have a couple DVDs of Steven Universe, but I'm like, yeah, it's not something that's really driving me. I felt the villains were all being treated way too nice and there was no edge to the series, in my opinion. So when I brought in them in the Steven Universe world, I have them having edge. I have original creation of there's the Zarkonian trio, which is based off of the 3 types of cubic Zarkonian out there. And they're, or otherwise known as the false diamonds. But yeah, I have them being introduced. They're all original characters, and they're kind of freaking probably the most evil out of the group I've created so far. I mean, there's the only other creation I have, original creation in that comic, is Krull, the destroyer of worlds, baker of cupcakes, and Krull's more of sort of that humoristic villain that he just goes around and doing those things, and I have him working alongside of Jerry from Rick and Morty, because I wanted to have somebody that Jerry would be like a little uneasy but okay working with at the same time. And so yeah, I have Krull, the destroyer of worlds, with him, and it's amusing. I love Krull. I want to put more scenes with Krull in the series, and he'll get more scenes when we get back to the Rick and Morty stuff. But for right now, we're in the, you know, one universe, and we can go on with the next one. I try to do it in stages, so we follow Star and most of the ponies, with the exception of Rarity and Applejack. Well, technically also Luna as well in that group. With and they're with Rick and Morty, and also Ford and the two kids from Gravity Falls so far, and they went into the South Park universe when people discovered, hey, this was Eric Cartman's one of the villains, so we needed to have them go into the South Park universe. But yeah, it's weird and twisted. But I mean, it's a good play on multiverses. That is not sort of just the, what if with this one character? It's like, no, these other characters exist in this multiverse. Let's bring these characters combined with these characters. And it's supposed to be a spoof of, when I designed the story, I was like, I want this to be a spoof of traditional comic book multiverse stories. Where you get, it's sort of like the Almagran of the 90s. And those who don't know what Almagran was, it was a true collab of DC and Marvel. And some of it came out with decent heroes, some of it came out with crap. But, I mean, you had Batman and Wolverine combined in that series. So you had, and I believe his name was Dark Claws, I believe. But it was, they combined the two worlds into one, and it was Allogram. It was enjoyable. I mean, it only ran for 4 issues each, but I mean, it was enjoyable to see that moment where you had DC and Marvel actually meet. Trying to remember what else from that series was. New Mutants was, or not New Mutants. I mean, they had basically a version of the X-Men and Teen Titans, I think. They had a version of Superman. Wasn't Superman and Spider-Man, but I'm trying to remember their version of Superman. Was it Captain America and Superman? I don't remember. I do remember the Hulk and Superman fought, for the Superman fight. Because to lead up to the Almagran 4 issue each stories, they had a versus fight, and they had several different characters versus each other. So, I mean, they had, I think Spider-Man actually fought Batman, to be honest. Spider-Man's had a couple interactions with DC, which is interesting. It's not just been Almagran, maybe it was Spider-Man and Superman at one point in their story arc. I do know there's a Spider-Man-Superman story. I know Hulk versus Superman was the case. Storm took over Wonder Woman's title in that series. I love multiverse stories. They can be good. They can be good. I hear, however, that the Doctor Strange, like I was saying, the newer Marvel, I've not seen either. I've not really cared for. And I hear there's only like 2 multiverses or 2 other verses that they went into in Multiverse of Madness, which was strange. You'd want to have multiple multiverses actually interact in the story, but they didn't even do that. And it's like, I mean, Marvel's not doing well. I mean, no one's doing well as American comic-wise, right? I literally read a story this morning on Oni's having difficulty, which, honestly, I'm gonna say good. They turned down Demon Blade a few years ago, and laughed at me for it. And I was like, well, let's see who laughs. And since then, Oni's just been dying. I was like, alright. Tough squat. They didn't want to do an actual, just entertainment story. They wanted something with political reasoning behind it when they turned me down. Like, alright, not gonna do anything for you. But, yeah. The Oni's having issue, right now. And, yeah, I'm not surprised, and Oni, it's been a very political comics company. There's no other way to go around it. They have their viewpoint, and they only want their viewpoint. And part of it is they're based out of Oregon, and they think, like, you know, the values of Oregon is the only values of the country that are comic book readers, and because of that, they're hurting. They used to have good comics, and then they turned away to do political stuff, and yeah. Don't do your comic as political. I really suggest not doing. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that I can put suggestions for people. That is one. Don't make your writing or whatnot political, because here's one of the things. You're not going to get readers beyond a certain point because it's going to be outdated. If you make it too political, your concept is going to be based in a time period where it'll only work. And after that time period, it's not going to work. It's not going to draw new attention. It won't continue to draw attention. It'll basically be like you have 1 year at best where it's going to be appropriate before opinions change. It's part of the reason why I don't do politics in any of my work. Now, that can be said, you know, of 11 Kingdoms, my novel. Yeah, there's some politics in that, but it's more long-term politics and how governments overall would work and interact under certain situations. And maybe, I mean, what I might end up doing is start doing, you turned down for yes, I was turned down for political issues with Oni. Because I was not having political issues. I was like, I'm gonna cover all issues, all people. And they laughed at me for it. And I was like, well, you know, I want to reflect a broader spectrum of people than just a small group. And they did not appreciate that. So, you know, they lost out on my creation. And they instead went with stuff that is, you know, greatly political. That's the way Oni is, and they live and die with that concept. It's not the worst rejection I've gotten at, but it is one of the more ruder ones I've gotten, because of how they acted. Disney was a weird one that I got rejected on. That was years and years ago. When I first got out of college and started applying for jobs, I applied to Disney, as per a lot of other companies at the time. But you know, the go-to was to apply to Disney. Like, hey, you want to make it in the business, you apply to Disney. I found a creative politics and superhero magic policy to create politics. I think problem lines is where writers tell you you're a bad person, not thinking. Kind of. I don't intend to bring politics into Demon Blade at all. There are different viewpoints for the characters, yes. But I'm not going to be like, okay, and I'm not going to say they're wrong, right? A person's right or wrong for their opinions. I mean, the closest we get to politics in Demon Blade is Tetsu being trans. And so, yeah, I mean, that's a big policy. But, I mean, at the same time, while I have Tetsu trans and Sarah as lesbian, and there's gonna be another one or two gay characters throughout the series. A series is not strictly LGBT, and I try to have different relationships. Maya actually wants a straight relationship. Kyle's a weird one. Kyle just loves Tetsu, that's all. But I mean, yeah, I mean, when you go into that, that's fine. I mean, that's basically how the character is. But getting into the politics of it, I'm not going to have something like elections or something take place. The closest I get to a political character is Tetsu's uncle is a member of Japan's Diet Building, which is the government of Japan. So that is the closest you'll get to a political character in Demon Blade. I just realized she has that thing off the side on this one. But yeah, it's... the characters aren't going to be dealing with politics. The most the uncle would be in play is much further down the series when the characters come back to Japan. They'll be struggling about, you know, Tetsu/Tetra in how they are destroying sort of the uncle's namesake, because that's very much a portion of how Japan runs itself. Is you don't destroy the family name. And so that they're going to be like, you know, your actions, how you've acted over the past years, how you has weakened the family name. And so yeah, if you're looking for a long, later term Demon Blade concepts, that's one of them. But yeah, I mean, there can be politics in a series. But when you make it too sort of current events politics, especially if you don't have a character for a reason given to be one way or the other in those politics, don't put it in there. It's just gonna annoy people. It's gonna turn off viewers. It's gonna turn off readers. Don't need it. You just don't. There are ways to tell a story and not bring politics. There is, like I said, there is some politics in 11 Kingdoms. Because I couldn't avoid it because the story will take place towards the end where the UN is acting in. Because elements, basically you're trying to do a change for the world to accept something. So the UN has to come in to settle this. And we'll go over that when we get to that story point. I might be doing a couple more of the 11 Kingdoms this streams, just to get through the story in case the story or in case I have to move out. And I don't get to cover all the story. We're going to be getting to a very emotional part in the series literally this week. We kind of gotten the setup to the confrontation of one character against the villain of the series, of the book. And what happens after that is a very emotional moment. Given 11 Kingdoms is a lot of emotion. A lot of the story is written to be emotion. When I wrote it, and I continue to go on this concept when I write, If I'm not feeling something with the characters or a scene that plays out for an entire chapter or an arc in a story, then something's wrong. Because there's got to be something you affect the character's emotions somehow. Because they're the viewpoint for the reader. You have some sort of viewpoint into the story. And what's coming is actually one of the more tragic points of 11 Kingdoms. Not the most tragic, I feel, but it leads up to one of the most heroic points in the story. So we'll get to that when we get to it in the story reads. Also talk with Cookie Doji. Also brought up. I just think Marvel ever going to top anything at pre-game game. They're not. They're not. They kind of shot themselves in the foot. And I mean the way they're introducing mutants now, because it's been done. It's now official of how they introduce mutants. Just says how little they care. And we'll get into it a little bit more when we get to our Thor artwork of the evening. But yeah, a lot of what's going on is Disney. They just don't care. And if I played the MS3K joke, they just didn't care. It'd be honest. Basically, most of the time with the Marvel series, they didn't care. They wanted to make money. I think Disney's starting to wise up a little bit. I think. But I mean, not so much. I mean, Netflix is at least saying, you know what? Screw the wokeism. We just want to make stuff that people will watch. So at least they're erring a bit in that. But people also worry about, you know, are they really? And what will we see coming down the line? Well, we know One Piece is coming out officially. Probably next year, at some point. Whether or not it's gonna be faithful, I have mixed feelings. I mean, we've kind of addressed it once before, or a few times before. I think they'll do an okay job, because I believe, not just because Oda's involved, I believe something else. I believe this is one of those series that's like, you F this up, you lose billions on this series. Because they're spending a lot on this series. They need to make it what fans want. And that's going to be the key with the One Piece live action. Will it be what fans expect of a One Piece aimed project? We'll see. You know, don't piss off the fans of the original project. That's one of the things I've always kind of stood by. If you tick off the fans of the original creation, then you're expecting new audience to come in to something that's beloved by others. And that's one of the problems. I mean, you can't expect new people to come in and love it as much as the people who loved the series beforehand. Maybe this is the cynic in me. I mean, that's the reason probably why I'm the more cynic out of the group in our anime reviews. Is because I'm like, there's something different, and I think I don't know if it's the last time we're reviewing a series that we've all watched, or we've mostly all watched, but we're reviewing Slayers this month. I hadn't even gotten started on it, but then I was like, I don't care, dub or sub, I'll watch it. Because it's one of those series I've watched so many times, I know it by heart. That I can just put it on in the background and just let it play. And I'll know exactly what's going on. I've told them, and I've said this before on the stream, I don't know if I said it on the streams, I feel Slayers is not as good as it once was. You know, I'm not saying I find it bad, but I do feel it's lost its edge over the years. And I've said that about other series. I said that about Honey and Clover especially, and I noted, you know, hey, I don't think Honey and Clover was that great. I, in fact, found it a little bit more creepy rewatching that series. Slayers, I'm gonna have to rewatch for certain parts, but most of the parts I can, you know, I have stuck in my head. But I have two people who are fanatic fans in the group of that series, and I feel it's not as good as it once was. And that's one of the things. I want to create something that lasts the test of time. Is it going to be guaranteed that it's going to be all bright and sunshine? Yes and no. There are going to be certain issues that people come up with everything along the way. I mean, we've watched a couple movies in the movie group that I've watched before, and it's like, yeah, I mean, there are issues. I mean, one of the movies notable that we watched back around Christmas, we watched It's a Life. You know, it was a classic movie that I watch every year. Are there problems with it? Hell yeah! There are huge problems with that series nowadays. Does it mean it's not a classic? No. And I think that's really where I come in and sort of the cynic of the group. In the anime reviews, because I'm like, hey, you know, is it going to be something that I'm going to jump up and down and then celebrate and enjoy? Maybe. Am I gonna sit there and watch it again? Probably. I mean, Slayers, I'd watch it again. I'll go ahead and say it. I probably would watch this series. I am watching the series again. It's probably something, though, that I'm not going to be coming back and back to. And that's where I'm kind of like, you know, hey, is this that great of a series that I'm going to be telling people, you know, hey, watch this series from now on, you know, continue to watch this series? Maybe. I mean, my problem is the dramatic points. Some of the comedy points are on point. I'll say that with Slayer. But the dramatic points and where we're supposed to feel, you know, emotional with the characters or feel the story is progressing, I'm just like, and like, it's dull and boring at this point, and the story's not progressing and other stuff. It's like, and I mean, I'll use an episode that I know by heart, the Fishman episode. There is an episode in Slayers where they fight a fish. Well, Lena fights a fishman. She's basically trying to escape Zelgatus at the time, and she runs into a fishman. And the fishman is, or it's a merman, in the sense. And the one humor bit about it is it's the fish bottom, it's got the fish on the bottom part on the or not, it's like all fish, excuse me, all fish with hands and legs. That's it. It's a stupid looking mermaid, if you thought of it that way. And then it fights you, spinning around like a razor thing, which makes no sense, but okay. But the build up to that is just so dull. It's like, okay, and all that build up is for a fake out moment. Because it's still part of the Zelgadis story, which they build up Zelgadis as this evil bad person. She never really fights Zelgadis. And Zelgadis ends up being an ally. And it's part of the concept that just, like, okay, we've had this buildup of this one character as the villain, and they're not the villain, and we'll team up with them to fight the other villain, and it's like, it's such an anime trope, that it's kind of dull and boring when you run across it these days. And it's the Vegeta trope. And there's no other way to say it. It's the Vegeta trope. It's the where you fight a villain or confront somebody who you think's a villain, and then you have to work together to fight someone else. I hate saying it, it's the Vegeta villain, because technically Piccolo was before Vegeta. Before that was Tien on Dragon Ball. But, it's more famously with Vegeta from Dragon Ball Z. So, using the Dragon Ball Z reference, it's more famous that it's Vegeta. That it's, just a trope. That it's like, hey, we need to fight X, and then we go, oh, we don't need to fight X, we need to fight Y. And in order to fight Y, we need X's help. It's just like, ugh. Can we stop with that trope? Yeah, it was okay in the 90s, and Slayers is a 90s cartoon. A 90s anime. So I can't argue too much in that category for Slayers doing it. But I can also be like, I'm tired of this these days. One Piece does it pretty badly too. At times they're like, oh, you're a villain, and then Luffy's like, okay. Luffy? Seriously? Seriously? So, I half expect at one point, and I'm gonna make this prediction, I know it's ridiculous, but I'm gonna make this prediction. We're gonna see Kaido or Big Mom helping Luffy by the end of the series. Some point we'll see those former emperors helping Luffy. I don't know when, I don't know why, but I almost guarantee you it'll happen. It's the fist of friendship concept, that your fists will make friends. It's dumb. Will I be doing it in Demon Blade? Yes, I have one concept of that. Actually, two concepts of that. I'll take it back. Will it be an ongoing thing? No. No, there are going to be characters that will never change. Because I like the concept that they're always a villain. Let's see here. I don't want to do too much blue because I think it's going to get lost in her clothing for a background. But we do need a background. Because it's one of the things we said going into this new year that we're going to do when we do. Is we're going to put in a background for the characters as we go. So we're going to do that. Trying to think of a background as we go. It's only been an hour, too. It's only been an hour. You still got a lot more time to get to everything. As you talked about the defeat means friendship thing, I think Nanaha did the best with that trope. I'm gonna say I don't remember much of Nanaha. I've watched it, it's been a while. We're going to be doing, and now with the anime reviews from now on, we're going to be trying to get series that most of, you can only vote on series that you haven't watched or suggest that people rarely have seen. So that may be on my list of a long period if someone else doesn't already have it to watch, because it's been a while since I've watched Nanaha. I've watched a lot of anime. In fact, I watched 5 or 6 during this past 2 weeks while I was sick. So I've watched a lot over the weekend. I finished up one of the ones that I was going to review on Lesser Look as the next one. That was going to be the next review, which I love the series, and honestly, I was going to give it a perfect rating because it was beautiful. And that was, let me pull up my phone here. That was Sasuke and Mianyo, which is a yaoi love romance, but it's that awkward romance type anime that the relationship never seems to get off the foot, and it continues through that awkwardness throughout the entire story. But they do say they've got another season coming out of that, or another series. I don't know if it's going to be a story for a different group, or if it's going to be the same two carrying on their relationship. I don't know how they're going to be going on with that. But they did say at the end that thank you for your support. We're going to have another anime or another series. And it didn't say if we're having another series of that or another series of something different. It is the most weird way of saying we've had another season, in that way. Which is odd because it kind of ended on a ending point that I would feel that series. But yeah, it was a cheesy romantic anime series of our spring anime this year. So yeah, if you want to go and check it out, it is on both sub and dub on Crunchyroll right now. It was on Funimation. Funimation's still running, which is odd because the only way I can watch Slayers is to pull it up on Funimation because it's not on Crunchyroll, even though I thought they were transferring everything they had on Funimation to Crunchyroll. And for some reason, Slayers is not on Crunchyroll. So I'm gonna have to pull Funimation back up for at least a month, just so I can watch Slayers. Now, I have all of it on video cassette, and I do still have a VHS player. But I am not going to pray to God that my VHS player works, having not been used in about 6 to 7 years. Nor the tapes, because they've been out in my storage, which is a hot closet over on in the back of my, or on the porch or balcony of my apartment. So yeah, gonna trust that, you know? Let's do... I don't know if this is what I want to... yeah, like I said, I've got a way set up so I can watch. Again, it's a good series. Check it out if you haven't seen it. If you're into fantasy, Slayers is a good series to watch. But at the same time, I have to note that, in my opinion, it didn't age well. The series did not age well. And yeah, there's some anime tropes these days that people will go on. I'm trying to think of some. I tried to get the group into Bokuno or Bukano as one of the series I suggested last month, because I feel a lot of people have not watched that series, and it's great to see an anime take on American gangsters in a horror comedy story. But they voted to go to Slayers, so that's where we're going. And, you know, we'll see. I'm handling the brush technique a little different. I want to get brass on a little bit more off change black. Sad thing is I've seen such a lot. The group is also like, you know, there's a lot of stuff that I have seen that they have not. And, I can be like, well, I've watched this, but I'm fine with, you know, going on with it. Or such, you know. And, I mean, it's awkward, you know, you can get awkward, anime tropes out of anything these days. I'm trying to think of what I watched recently that's been a huge anime trope. That's of more modern concept. I mean, technically, I watched I completed Fruits Basket again because I wanted to watch something I loved. So I rewatched Fruits Basket all the way through. The remade one, not the old one. And I feel like it was okay on the tropes. There weren't too many of the tropes. I mean, the story was, because the story was following the manga, it was a little bit better than the original. But I didn't have too much problem with the original, other than, you know, they did kind of treat, or didn't treat, didn't treat the villain of the arc well. Let's put it that way. They didn't treat them that well. They kind of hinted way too much that they were the bird when they were not the bird. They also didn't treat them very well, and they kind of ignored the main characters' not the backstory, but a little bit of their backstory, a little bit of their mom's story, to tell more goofy jokes with I'm just forgetting the character's name. I'm blanking on those characters. Alright, we're gonna pull up the characters. We'll do it that way, so that way I can do it. Characters. There we go. So, Taru. So Taru's backstory and her mother, her backstory were kind of glossed over in the original series. Shigure was given way more jokes in the original release than in the anime. It was remade, made him way more goofier, instead of his sly nature concept. And they did not pay much attention to the Akito's relationship, or how Akito was character-wise. They kind of forced the concept that she was the bird, and I do have to say she because it's hidden. And spoilers if you haven't gotten that point in Fruits Basket. But, yeah, Akito's a she, and, not the bird. But yeah, I mean, it's okay. It's okay. Not a horrible series, well, actually, that series is actually still well made. But, I mean, it was only about 2 years ago, so it's not bad. What other stuff have I watched? I am trying to think through. I mean, I watched Vinland Saga for the first time. That was one I hadn't watched before. Since it came out on Netflix, I picked that up, watched it. I enjoyed it. I have been warned, even though they've got season 2 coming out, I have been warned that season 2, if they follow the manga, is going to be very, very different from season 1. So, I mean, it's gonna be interesting. Let's do that. Yes. Actually, we'll take it up with Ray. That's go a little bit lighter on that. Or back here. Yeah, are there stories I'd like to see? I still want to see Agretsuko Triangle. Spy Family I've also finished up with, as I think most people have. For right now in the story, I was not surprised where they ended it. Those who have not read the manga, they talked about the dog, Bond, or they talked about her getting a dog, and you see Bond. And in the end, and who Bond is a giant white dog they show in the show in the anime. He ends up becoming part of the family. But that story is at least 3 to 4 episodes. It has in my opinion, one of the coolest scenes. And I don't want to spoil it on that scene, but it is one of the most badass scenes in manga, in my opinion. And so, yeah, it's coming back in the fall, and there's going to be a scene that I highly know that is going to be a meme, because of how amusing it is. Is there other shows? I mean, we got Chainsaw Man coming out. Maybe. I still want to see Agretsuko Triangle be made in anime. That one, it doesn't surprise me. It's really good. It's really good. they don't. It's the only Shonen Jump title that does not air in America, because it is too risque for Shonen Jump, and here in America. There is flat out girl on girl action, but it's ninjas versus demons in a humorous slash almost. The only way to describe it is if you loved To Love Ru, you would love this series. Yeah, I mean, there's a little bit also of Rama one half of the series. It carries on that comedy sense with gender bent, or that gender bent comedy sense, and it is hilarious how this series continues to go and continues this relationship between two characters. I love it, and I want to see it in an anime. I wouldn't doubt that it would get an anime in Japan. I question on how much of that would be able to come to America, because it is so risque. I am surprised it comes out on Shonen Jump in general, not just Shonen Jump. Now, you can read it in English, officially. Viz does put it out on their website, but they do not release it with the rest of the Shonen Jump. It is the only series they do not release in Shonen Jump, and it's because of the risque humor. Which is upsetting because it is so good. I love the series. But yeah, if you want to read it, it is available in English on Viz's website, but not on the app. So you cannot read it on the app. Now, I said at one point they were going to put it on the app, but I've yet to see it, which is kind of disappointing. They've got a couple other new series. They're not too many series that I'm like really loving off of that. Go through some of the other ones. I'm gonna pull up Crunchyroll and kind of go through new stuff. We did Magical Madoka last time. I've been trying to watch through Life with an Ordinary Guy Who Reincarnated as a Girl. It's hard. Not a good anime. It's enjoyable, but it's not the greatest. Series. Trying to see if there's anything most popular. I'm looking through the most popular. I've even put down Shield Hero too. I love Shield Hero. I love the stories. The animation did horrible. I have to pick it up after the turtle arc. Maybe it's gotten better, but I'm still questionable. There's Love is War. I've been meaning to watch Love is War. That is actually one I'm going to be getting into starting this week. I'm not sure about Shichimonki, Doodles. I'm trying to go through the popular series. Love After World Domination was one I attempted to watch, but I've not heard much about afterwards. I'm just trying to see what they've got going here. Because I watched Fruits Basket. Of course, Demon Slayer as it comes out. There's Bruno's Stray Dogs is a good one. There's Kaizen. Good one. Yeah, I mean, there's a good amount of decent anime to watch. Wow, they've released the original Dragon Ball. Finally. God, you can watch the original Dragon Ball. And I don't mean Z, I mean Dragon Ball. Good series to watch. see here. I'm gonna pull up Netflix here. And let's see, coming soon. Let's see what's coming soon here. So in the case of Netflix, we've got the next another group of One Piece coming out that will finish the probably go through the entire arc on what is it? Justice Island arc. Probably go through the entire Justice Island arc. Actually, they've been releasing 3 arcs in groups. They might also go all the way through Thriller Bark also. Kamigari Twin, I might watch. I did like Kamigari. See what else is coming out. Uncle from Another World. I have no idea about that series. They're finally doing some case closed movies on Netflix. And I think that's probably it for, well, when we communicate season 2, they'll do the dubs. They're currently doing anyway, the series. Bastard's out on Netflix, which is the remake of Bastard. JoJo's updated. And, or no, it's the same play. JoJo Saki K. Both good series off of Netflix to watch. Sword Art, it's, I'm not gonna dish Sword Art. I'm not gonna completely dish it. Sword Art's a decent series. It's, you know, got its highs and got its lows, in my opinion, and much the way I'd love to just dish the series for being bad at points, it's also pretty, I mean, there's a reason it's one of the top isekai series, because it's decent with the story. And I have to say decent. I can't say great. I can't say, you know, horrible. They're decent. They tell the story as it should be told. Alright, let's do... where... I moved brushes around here literally yesterday as I was trying to do Demon Blade work, and I was like, well, now I don't know where all my brushes are at. So, my fault. We're gonna kind of add a little shadow and highlight there on the ball here. Do something with the sky. Let's see here, go back to the highlights. Then, nope. Highlight. There. Maybe a little highlights here. There we go. There's my alarm for when I normally start the stream. Or get ready to start the stream. So it's like, I need to do the prep right now. Needs to be ready. Set it half an hour earlier from the streams. Alright. Decent setup here with the ball. Let's do something with the background with the thing instead of just making the grass with a little bit of a pavement background. Let's do maybe something further in the pattern, clouds. some tree brushes. Give them a dark tone first. And we'll grab a foliage brush, which is right below it. Lighten it up a little bit. And then we'll grab our soft airbrush and we'll create a new layer here, and we'll do some stream clouds. On that. Alright. I mean, from here, I think we're pretty good. With this one, I think we're pretty much done. But as we said, we're doing 3 of these. At least 3 of these. So I think this is good for our pink skull girl on a bouncy ball or a pokeball or however you want to call it, whatever you call them. I think it's an enjoyable, it's a good pose for her. Got decent shading, decent color. And we've still kind of minimalized it. It's the only warm colors we have in this besides the skin tone is the hair. And the skull, while it's pink, it's sort of dark pink, but we used the color they used in the drawings that we had as reference. Most of the time we use cool colors. Just simplified things. I don't think we're going to be following through with that on the next one. But this is the first of our 3 drawings for complete, okay? So we're going to go ahead and save that. And then we're going to move on to Damien's piece. Damien, you gave me this background to use as a reference. I also have, and I didn't do her hat, so I'll try and pull her up a little bit closer here. I did not do her hat. You said you wanted her hat, so do her hat. So I'm just going to quickly sketch that in. So do that, apply that, yes. Say that so we have a reference. Go ahead and hide these references while we work on this. Okay. First off, one thing I need to note is her hair. I sketched out wrong. Her hair has 2 big points. Kind of a silly looking hairdo if you actually had it. But okay, we're sketching out the hats. Okay, her hair actually goes down a bit further. Let's bring that over here. This reason I came up with this request was because Shamal as Jane Foster, Mighty Thor, In My Love, and Thunder trailer mashup. I think it's a fate. Yeah, same thing. I get it. But I mean, we're like I said, we were gonna talk about this. We're gonna talk about this. I'm of the mindset that it's not good to alter the mantle of a hero. And what I mean by that is, be like, oh well, this new character is the new you know. And I'll use Miles Morales, even though Miles is probably one of the better versions of things. I do not like when you get a character to replace a titled character that has a background and story, and I think part of the reason why Thor: Love and Thunder is not doing as well as Disney would have liked, because it's not doing as well in the theaters, is that it is one of those situations where it's the backseating of an original character. And in the case of Thor, it's even worse, because Thor is not an original Marvel creation. It is a backstory of historic lore and fiction. Now, that being said, I do have to say there was a point when Thor was female in lore and history. But it was a moment where Loki changed Thor into a female. That being said, Jane Foster becoming Thor never made sense to me. I appreciated that they used a character that was already established to take on the mantle, because Jane Foster was around for a long period of time. But I feel she's been kind of just that mellow, bland character, and the thing that made her Thor was when she got cancer, and it's like, it really didn't make any sense. It's Marvel reaching concepts and beliefs for agendas, and I don't like when you try to force an agenda to accept a concept. And I mean, it goes back to the concept of politics. You don't eat where you shit concept. I mean, hate to use that vulgarity, but yeah, it's of that concept that Marvel's been doing a lot of, and I mean a lot of, character changing. Now, I'm going to give them one, for the MCU. They have to get a new Black Panther. And there's likely going to be his sister, because she took up the mantle in the manga, or in the comics. Being said, I'm more accepting of that concept because Black Panther is a mantle passed down by generation, but the Marvel version of Thor, the MCU version of Thor, they did not give us the pass down of the torch. That being said, originally Thor was one that they passed down the torch and mantle on. So it was whoever picked up became the almighty Thor. That was what originally in Marvel Comics was the situation. But in the MCU, that was not the situation. And they've kind of backseated Chris Hemsworth in his own movie. And that really explains why I don't think it's being loved as well. I mean, we kind of touched on the multiverse with the last drawing we did, which is why I think Doctor Strange did weird. numbers, because people, it didn't help that you had to watch Disney series stuff to watch and enjoy or understand what was going on in the movie. It's kind of like do your homework and you can enjoy this movie. And it's kind of disrespectful to the people who go out and pay $20 for a movie ticket and to go see these movies, to be missing out on information or feel like they're not getting all that they want out of a film. And Marvel's doing a lot of that right now. And they're doing it and they're also stretching their field very, very thin. And I've heard this was the case with the Miss Marvel series. That they were very thin on their CGI and it was sloppy. I also heard the CGI on Love and Thunder was sloppy. Which is odd considering the Thor movie was the first Thor movie was one of the first real CGI heavy MCU films. And you could see the amount of CGI, but at the same time, they made Asgard look like a place that you would want to go. Now it's pretty much recycling and rehashing things and putting things in a hallway. What I understand, and it's just horrible. And the only reason they had a good series or a good film this year was the Spider-Man film. And I watched the Spider-Man, film. It was great. It was well done. But it's not just Disney doing that. It's also Sony. Mostly because the VX artists had mandates in place. They had mandates, but they also stretched them way thin and they gave them crunch time. And a lot of people don't understand what crunch time is. As an artist, I can only explain it as one way. Is the reason I give myself 2 hours on these is because of crunch time. I have to be able to do other work besides this. So the only reason I usually give 2 hours to Dining and Doodles is crunch time. In order to do it efficiently, I need to put this on a time limit that it has to get done by. And I just did her next part wrong, didn't I? Let's hide Shamal for a second. Yeah, she's gonna have different color. Doing the female Thor outfit. Now, is there a good version of a character, like I said, that can be redone, restory-wise? Miles Morales was decent. And I will say, there are elements that I've disliked of Miles, but I've at least liked that he was his own hero for a little while. Even though he was using the term Spider-Man, it was, it's more, hey, this is Miles Morales. Dang it. Opening something that doesn't need to be opening. But, I mean, you get into characters like Ironheart, get into characters like female Thor, Miss Marvel, or current Miss Marvel. I have to use that statement instead of Captain Marvel, as was originally Miss Marvel, because the original Captain Marvel was Riri Williams, and they've kind of, I don't understand why they didn't have Riri as a main character for a while. She's gotten some love, and I'm hoping she's gonna get more love in the future with these installments, but at the same time, Disney and Marvel have a bad history of saying, no, you're going to like these characters. And the current Miss Marvel I love the concept of Quan and Khan, but I hate the character. I honestly hate the character, and I hate how Marvel / Disney treat them. It's like, oh well, this character is not finding its audience. Let's remake the character again, and we'll give her all the stuff to make her cool, so that you must like her. And it's like, no. And we kind of seen that with Ms. Marvel, animated, or the live action series, where, and I mean, I'm gonna spoil it. They claim in the end she's a mutant, to introduce mutants in the series, and it is the biggest FU to any X-Men fan to make Miss Marvel this way. And to make it even worse, they play the X-Men theme from the 90s cartoon, just to piss off X-Men even more, fans even more, and they're forcing the mutants that way, and it's like, screw you, introduce them properly. You know, this is one of the biggest money-making franchises in the Marvel franchise, is X-Men, and you want to F around with them. No. And I'm of the same concept a lot of people are having a rage about. Well, the X-Men series theme was also played in the Multiverse of Madness. Yes, but it was played when Xavier came out. When you introduce Charles Xavier, yes, play that theme. When you have freaking somebody who's never had mutant powers in the comics or other concept-wise come out and say, oh, well, she's got mutant powers, you were just making crap to make crap. And it's what really is damning of these kind of characters. It's like, well, we're going to force them onto you to like these characters, and the way we'll do it is we'll take stuff from original character, or from characters you like, and make them into characters, or make them into part of the characters you have to respect and enjoy. And it's just so demeaning. It's so demeaning. And it's basically saying, fuck you, you'll like us, like our work. And again, I apologize for the swearing, but that's basically how Disney is running MCU now. And it's like this because this is what you're getting. We don't care what the fans say, this is what you're getting. And that's the kind of business concept, that's the kind of creativity concept, which is a dumb hole. And Disney's seeing that. They have been hurting, and the only Marvel movie that's made them profit was one that they did not make. And it's a Spider-Man movie. They have to share profits on that. Most of these films cost a buttload, and so do the series. And if you do a series wrong, you're going to just make a mess. And I'm not going to even get into Star Wars. But Disney's done an equally bad job with Star Wars as well. And it's basically, I hate to say it, it's the woke mentality. And people don't want to be like, oh, well, it's the, wokeism. It is the woke mentality. When you focus on hitting tasks or concepts in a story by saying it has to be, we need to have this kind of character, this kind of character, this kind of character, this kind of character in a series, it leads to a bad build of a character. It leads to a bad build of a story, because you're not focusing on the story, you're focusing on, what's this character like? What's this character like? What's this character like? and be like, ooh, this is cool, don't you think so? Because all this information would check with this character. And you're not giving us character story. You're giving us character, and that's it. And you're telling us to like it. And honestly, people aren't liking it, and it's showing. People are finally saying, no, I don't want to sit here and just be told to like something because you have something that's mediocre. Actually, those circles are higher. Actually, let's do this. And I mean, it's my problem with the Marvel universe, and I think a lot of people's problem with it. And it's because they're doing these Chekhov concepts, and if they got away from doing them, they probably would do a lot better if they focused on the story of characters instead of just checking boxes. And that's the problem. That's the problem. When you check off boxes, you make a story less interesting. You can still have those characters, but make those characters more compelling than just what they are on the outside. Give them emotions, give them story, give them something that drives you to be respectful. The reason why Peter Parker has always been an amazing character is because we respect what he goes through. We understand the struggles he goes through. They did it right with Miles. Like I said, they did do it right with Miles. They gave Miles sort of that same concept, but a little bit different, with his father being a cop and his uncle being a villain. So I mean, he gets that same sort of Peter Parker-esque story. I will give it to Miles. I don't get it with Kamala. I don't get it with Riri, even though Riri is based off of Riri Williams, who is it is War Machine's daughter. So I mean, she's dealing with, having to deal with what her father went through, and she basically becomes Iron Man. I'm sick and tired of the Chekhov to fill a gap. Create something. Be creative. Tell a different story. That is what I expect from a hero. We don't get that, especially we're getting that a lot now with Marvel. Current iteration of Marvel. I think people are waiting for actual characters that have a huge backstory, a long backstory catalog. And that is not coming out until they get to Fantastic Four and the X-Men. And Disney's told us so much. Now, we're getting hints at it, we're getting moments with the X-Men, moments with the Fantastic Four, but we're not seeing those characters in a film. And I feel they would do a lot better, even though there's like 7 X-Men movies that Fox put out. If you tell a good X-Men story, then it's gonna be good. And part of the problem with the X-Men movies is Ben not telling good stories. Trying to go too far with, showing everybody and not telling a good story. You need to focus on, especially on a hero story. It is a hero's tale. So you need to focus on the heroic tale of it. Not just the hero. You need to give us a reason to like a character. You need to give us a reason to fall in love with the character. But you need to give us story. And they aren't these days. It is literally, and I mean, most of the villains they've been facing, and this is so much of disrespect in the Thor movie. The villain is nothing like the character in the comic. Look-wise. And so, I mean, you're doing it because, yeah, the actor wants his face seen. You need to be starting to tell actors, you know, hey, you're not going to be seen, your face will be kind of seen, but not fully seen. Because we're going to be doing masks, or we're going to be doing this. Ryan Reynolds doing an amazing job with Deadpool, and we rarely see his face. But we know it's Ryan Reynolds. I mean, each of the Spider-Man actors, you know, we had a lot of scenes where they had their eye, you know, parts of their mask come off. I don't think we've seen any part where Deadpool's mask comes off in a fight. We just see Deadpool being beaten up and whatnot, and it could very well be the stunt actor for Ryan Reynolds. I don't know, but yeah. It's elements like that. It's just kind of like, why am I watching this? Because it's not. Need to be able to tell the story, and Disney's kind of just like, oh, we need to make a marketing. We need to sell toys. And that is the key. Ladies and gentlemen, they're out to sell toys. They're not out to, you know, make money on the, you know, you watching something. I mean, they are out to do that as well. But, I mean, they want you to buy products. They want you to go out and buy stuff with the characters on there, whether you like to see the film or not. They want you to buy their products. And the way they do it is they give you a cheap and cheesy movie, or a cheap and crappy TV. And when Disney announced they were going to do these shows initially with Disney Plus, I was kind of like, okay, maybe. I didn't even think The Mandalorian was going to be that great. So I was like, okay. I don't see it, but maybe you can make it work. They made it work. Mandalorian, they made it work. But they've avoided The Mandalorian since then, and it's kind of like, okay, can we get back to the Mandalorian story? No, it's been 2 years. Can we get back to it? And it's just like, okay. And it's disturbing. I mean, season 2 was okay of The Mandalorian. It wasn't as great, but it's better than most of the stuff that Disney's Wanda and Vision was good up until the final episode, in my opinion. Final episode, they just made it into a superhero action film. And just CGI mess. Let's see here. Trying to see the hem of the skirt. Alright, I think it's like 2 or 3 strands. The front. And then it goes stiff. Yeah, I mean, that's part of my problem with what Marvel's been doing. And they've been doing it since, I think, 2017, 16, somewhere in there. With rehashing heroes. And it's like, I'd much rather read something about a new original character than some rehash of a character of, this is the new Captain America, this is the new Iron Man, this is the new Superman. It's like, okay, give me something new. Give me something that I can really enjoy. Don't just be like, we need to make this character check off a check on our list. Needs to be a gay, needs to be black, needs to be Latino, needs to be Filipino, whatever. Just make it a good character. I don't care if you check off the checks. Just make it a good character, and they're not. They're making it a bad character and then telling you you're a bad person if you don't like this character. And that is what's far more disgusting for a comic series or comic company. And I'm not gonna say, you know, well, hey, Marvel's more than a comic company these days. They were a comic company to begin with. You know, in the 90s, they started hurting, and they needed to make money, so they put out Marvel Entertainment as a brand, so they can make money off their popular series. But at the same time, even before Disney was going, Marvel was on the way out. Because it was dying. Stories were dying, they needed to be creative, and they weren't being. They were just being like, oh, well, let's do, you know, hate to bring it up, but let's do One More Day. That was one of the ones that I'm talking about. It's like, you take a moment from Spider-Man's life and destroy it. Something that the fans really wanted was a married Spider-Man. Was Spider-Man married to Mary J. And you kind of just throw it in the garbage. In a sense. I mean, I'm saying this after watching another series I watched was Spectacular Spider-Man. I think I watched it the second time. Simply because it was on Netflix, and I was like, you know, I enjoyed this series. It was a good version of Spider-Man. Story. Yeah, there was some awkwardness with the show, but at least it was decent telling of the series. Would I like to see more original characters? Yeah. Than the, you know, typical. But I also want to enjoy the typical. I mean, there is something about nostalgia. And I hate to say it, but there is something for nostalgia of a character, wanting to enjoy what the character had originally, and come back to it and be like, oh, well, this was something enjoyable of the character. But I mean, it's something about that. And to say, oh, well, you don't like this, you're in the wrong. Now, people have a right to like and dislike what they want, you know? If you are in here in chat seeing this video later, you're like, hey, I disagree with you. I think you're completely wrong. You know? You can voice your opinion. Go ahead, voice your opinion. Like, comment, and subscribe. Voice your opinion. Does that change my opinion? No. It does not change my opinion. Your opinion will not change my opinion. Because I have my opinion through what I like, and you have your opinion through what you like. Now, I'm not gonna diss, you know, hey, don't want this. And it goes back to, again, the Oni Press we were talking about earlier. The issue with them basically being a political mess. Of a comic or a comic creation company. People don't like Oni. They aren't buying Oni Press's comics these days, and it's because it's the same political mess. And I don't buy a story. I don't watch a story for politics. I watch it for escapism. That's what most stories are for, and it's always been. It's escapism away from the life you have. And that's why people go to them. They enjoy them for relaxation. They enjoy a good story for, you know, literally to take them away from the crappy life they may be living, or the crappy life they may have in front of them. It's to help you escape. And I mean, that's what it comes down to. You know, what kind of escapism do you want in life? You know, what helps you relax? What helps you enjoy? Some people it's sports. Not me. I don't give a rat's ass. Never been a sports fan. People always ask me, want me to get into a sport, and I tell them, I flat out tell them, the only way I like a sport is if I'm playing the sport. If I'm not playing the sport, I'm not gonna be watching it. You know, I'm not gonna sit there and be like rooting for somebody I have no personal connection to. In a sport, I am not interested. I never watched the Super Bowl because I don't care. At one time in my life, I tried to care. Sports. Never really got into it. I've always been a art/comic nerd. I've always kind of liked, escaping into that. But does that mean I'm going to love one series? Let's see. I'm trying to pull up the movie poster so I can kind of see the legs. Here. Which they can. Okay, I kind of see what it's. Okay, so it comes up to. I want something to escape from. So, I mean, one of the things most of the stuff I watched, it helps me escape. Yeah, I watch stupid stuff like crime dramas, Catch a Murder or something, but it helps me escape. Even though that's very much not escapism, that's very much, in reality of elements of stuff, but it helps me also learn. And sometimes learning is an escapism. For me, it is. For other people, no. Cooking is an escapism. I love to cook. I cooked my dinner tonight from scratch. I had my ingredients, and I made it from scratch. Now, I didn't make noodles. I will say that. I am not going to sit back and make noodles from scratch. They are a pain in the freaking ass. Noodles and also croissants from scratch. Oh my god. Ugh. You want a day in the freaking kitchen, you make from scratch noodles or croissants, and you will be at it for a good ass long time. I have a lot of respect for people who spend time doing croissants, because my god, is that a lot of rolling and chilling. A lot of rolling and chilling, and that's what you're going to be doing non-stop with it. Yeah, I love to draw, I love to write, I love to do all those things. Those are ways I escape. Might like to watch or play video games, or do whatever, and those might be your ways. I'm not gonna say I don't play video games, because I do, because it's another way of escape for me. Do the streams of those. And And yeah, that's an escape mechanism. But when I play a game, I want to play something that I enjoy. I don't want to be sitting there playing something that I am going to be frustrated with. And you guys, if you tuned into my gaming streams, you might have heard me get frustrated with games at times. And especially, we've been playing through freaking Persona 5 Royale. We've been playing through that. And my god, they have points in that series. It's like, I'm not playing the game, I'm just watching this game play for about 2 hours. And it's just so frustrating. And I mean, I love Persona 5. I love the game. But let the player play, for God's sake. I'm not here to, read a story. I'm here to watch the story, yes, but give me at least moments to play the game. Give me moments that make things interesting. Trying to see how okay, so it's a shielded wrist cover or shielded gauntlet. That one. Alright, so we're gonna redo this. Shielded gauntlet. You know what? I think I know what I'm gonna draw for our next. I didn't know what I'm gonna do. I think I know what I'm gonna draw. Alright, hold on. One more, I think. Tri-scale in the upper, yeah, it's tri-scale, and then the face over the knuckle. But I don't like the I mean, there, I've also been watching a lot of YouTube. I was sick this past 2 weeks. And there was one series, and this goes on into the concept of characters being good. I tried to watch this series. I don't know if you guys watched this, but there's only 4 episodes of an animated series on YouTube called God's High. It is the story of Olympus as teenagers, and it frustrated me, and it was boring and dull. I watched 2 episodes, and I was like, I don't like this. There's nothing enjoyable about this series. How it had 4 episodes over the last 5 years or so since it's come out. I don't know. I just could not like the series. I tried. I really tried, but it was like, this is not entertaining. It's dull. And that suffered from the concept of being too dull. They were also trying to make every character, every god, have elements of, checkoff boxes. But the worst part about it was it wasn't following lore of the gods. It was using it a little bit, and trying to be like, oh, we're using, lore of gods and whatnot. But you're also completely bastardizing. And that is probably what made it worse, in my opinion. Is that it was not a good story. It didn't use the historical elements or the classical elements enough. I mean, for God's sake, it had Zeus, Athena, Ares, and all of them, all as teenagers. Now, the problem here being, Zeus is the father of a majority of them. But instead of making Zeus like a teacher or... No, Zeus is the quote-unquote jock in the series. And they even joke about some of Zeus's stories where they're like, oh, well, there's the classic ways to woo a woman. And I will gladly accept that they made Hera the woman he's trying to have a relationship, but Zeus was a horny mother. Dude should have been all over every girl in high school. And they didn't play that role. They made him honest. Like, that's not Zeus. That's not how Zeus has been portrayed. And yeah, I mean, it could be your world interpretation, sure. But at the same time, if you're gonna borrow from somebody else's story or somebody else's lore, make the lore fit. I mean, and it goes back to our concept here. This is being female Thor in the Marvel Comics. Yeah, like I said, there is a story of a female Thor. Yes. But what happened was Loki turned Thor into a female, I think on a bet. And I think they even made fun of it in the first Thor movie. The very same concept that Loki turned Thor into a woman at one point on a bet. And usually that's how those stories go. Most of the Norse, most of the Olympians, it's, they betted something. It's like, oh, I'm gonna do this. Or is Loki trying to be genuinely evil, but Loki, for the most time, MCU already gets Loki wrong. Loki's supposed to be Odin's brother, but at the same time, it was made in the 60s, a little bit less knowledge, I guess, of the Thor. I don't know. Was Thor in the 60s? I guess he was. 60s, 70s. Loki and Lore is technically Odin's brother, not Thor's brother. But Loki's always mischievous. Now, Loki's been female in both the MCU and also in lore as well. In fact, Loki's a mother to a character in lore. I believe it was the horse. I think it was the horse. Forget which one it was. But yes, Loki in lore was a female at point. fact, I think the bet or what turned Thor into a female was results came out to be Loki being a female Thor. I think that's what it was. That the bet ended up Loki would be a female and ended up having a child that was not humanoid or god or whatever. I think it was either the wolf or the horse that he was mother to. Norse mythology is effed up. I think part of the reason people love Norse mythology, like I said, I watched Vinland Saga, which covers Norse history / mythology. But it's pretty effed up, man. It's not exactly... It's not exactly, you know, tales that most people would be like, oh, that's a great story. Be like, what the fuck did you just tell me? What did you say? Alright, this stream is definitely not going on the children's stream. This is not going to be made for children. We've sweared too much in today's stream. I've been holding back a bit, I guess. Marvel's version of Mjolnir. Well, Marvel's version is not too far off from other people of Mjolnir. I'll say that. The look, at least. Most people do the big fat hammer with the small handle. Yeah, I mean, mythology is, we've kind of discussed this before on other streams. Mythology, comic companies tend to use Norse and Greek mythology. Maybe at times they'll go European mythology, or some European mythology, but very rarely much. Occasionally you'll also get Asian mythology, at least in concept of some of Japanese stories, but they really don't go into depth of Japanese mythology, which is odd considering there's if you're into Norse and Greek or even Egyptian mythology, check out Japanese mythology. There's a lot of similar stories. Maybe it was, you know, the concept, you know, of crossing over spice trail that led to China, that led the stories to fade over to. And maybe, I don't know why I'm looking at this. But I mean, when push comes to shove, there's a lot of good stories that can be told from that mythology. There's a lot of good ones in a lot of mythologies, stories. I mean, there's great Arabic ones, there's great, you know, mythology in African culture, there's mythology. I mean, there's mythology right and left. But we kind of distract ourselves and don't tell those mythologies as well as we should. Kind of been pretty much primarily Greek. mythology. And kind of disappointing then, because there's so many good tales that are not being told in stories or in comics, or that could be told through legends and myths of other countries. And I mean, like I said before, I mean, I'm trying to do some of the obscure myths and legends and being played as I get to them. It's not going to be, a lot. It'll be some. But I'm not really going to cover Greek and Norse in that. I take it back. There's going to be some Norse because, yeah. Mjolnir will exist in it, as will get the name of Odin's Spear, but Odin's Spear is also a named weapon, said to hold great power, so it would probably be a lot of the myths of great weapons and great fighters are going to be influences of Demon Blade and Demon Blade characters. But I mean, I've been studying up on weapons of other countries and how they look and what they'd be like, and if they have any, stories to tell. So I've found weapons across the world that you need. So I gotta do her hair, and I gotta do her, and her hat. I'm trying to think of that I've seen that I praise, and right now all I can think of is the documentaries I've been watching. Like, hey, this is cool, and okay. I guess I could talk about. Yeah, let's talk about the Golden Girls 3000 or whatever. By a director coming out on BoJack Horseman creator. And I have to agree with a lot of people. It's like, you're not even, all you're doing is drawing the character, drawing the stories that were already told in a Jetsons world, in a futuristic world. And I look at it and I'm like, why? Why? You're taking an existing object. You're not even, getting a new cast, getting a new story with this. This is straight up episodes, edited and done animation style. And it's like, why? Why not just remake the series if you love it so much? Why are we gonna watch somebody spend multiple millions of dollars, because it costs a lot to animate, millions of dollars to animate shows that originally aired in the 80s, but animate them differently to look somewhat differently, but we're gonna still have the cast as it was, and it makes no sense. The head hurt. And it shows how deprived we are of telling a good story. And I think, seriously, that's a problem going on with a lot of Hollywood right now. is they're not telling good stories because they're just like, well, we don't want to do something original. We don't want to do something like that. We'll go with something we know is a success and build off of that. And I don't get it. And if you love it, God will bless you. You love something stupid. And yeah, I'm gonna call that stupid because anybody paying money have a rehash made. And this was something like I saw something similar years ago with a couple of shows I watched as in childhood. They were rehashed in the 90s to 2000s. But what they did, all they did, was did some sort of stupid CGI effect. I think they did it with the original Transformers, is one of the shows I know of. They did a stupid CGI effect of a cube, a Cybertron cube, and flipped around and cut the series a little bit down to do these stupid edits and rehashed it as a new series. And it's still the same series, you just added a stupid CGI effect. It's not original. It's not telling a story in a good way. It's telling a story, or actually it's not even that. It's trying to make money off of somebody else's success. Is what it is. And it's disappointing. It really is. Because you're not telling a different story. You're not even bothering to put in the hard work that went into stuff, especially during the 80s and 90s of animation. Oh my god. The hard work in some of the good series that came out. And you're wasting it on stupid CGI effects or stupid animation. And to see that with the Golden Girls, I'm like, yeah, it was a good, after, I want to say TGIF show, but it wasn't a TGIF show because it was on before TGIF. And I don't think it was on ABC because ABC was TGIF only. It was a decent series. It was enjoyable. But I've had no want to go back and watch The Golden Girls. And I have less want to watch something that you edited bad animation to and made them into robots or aliens and just literally have the episode play in the background. And it's like, if I want to watch it, I'll go watch the original. I'll get a DVD and I'll watch the original. Or I'll watch it on streaming and I'll watch the original. I'm not going to sit here and watch some rehash. Literal rehash of the show. That is done in a way to just market. Done in a way just to bring in money. Or to attempt to bring in money. But that in my opinion, is going to be a money pit. I would step away from that series if I was a producer or an animator. It's a actual money pit. You're going to be spending money to edit a show people have watched before and edit it in a way that less people are going to want to watch it. It makes no sense. Alright. That'll little boot. I think it was Transformers. I believe it was Transformers. Thing. I think they did it in the 90s after it had success in the 80s. And it was like the beginning of CGI, so it wasn't even a good CGI cube. But I remember seeing it, they just rehashed it. But yeah, I mean, that's what you get. Honestly. Like, no wonder why kids are turning into YouTube to watch something new. I mean, this is what you're giving us in mass production, with lots and lots of dollars. No wonder YouTube has got a bigger audience, and other streaming services have a bigger audience because it's far more entertaining. In fact, I saw something similar that spoke of that comment with video game journalism. That people are tuning into YouTube, people more than they are to video game journalists. And the reason being is you want to see people who actually play and enjoy or hate the games they play. You know? Don't want to hear somebody's opinions unrelevant to the product that you want to watch or enjoy. Or if you're like me, too poor to enjoy it. I'm kind of being creative with the boot. Kind of. Because we're getting a very distant view of the boot here. I mean, I have to zoom in that close to kind of see the boot. And I see two metal plates and then it's open. And I could Google, you know, to see the boot from another angle, but actually this part is way too big. I'm gonna have to erase that a bit. Yeah, I mean, it's... Maybe I'm just getting cynical at my old age. Maybe. Maybe it's just that. I don't know. Doesn't seem like it because I hear a lot of people complaining about the same thing on things. Looks like it's segmented back. Upper part of the boot probably goes from the back. Lower part of the boot. Trying to see if I got any new messages. You know, so, you know, we are live. You can chat away. You just want to say hey, or if you want to shout out something of your own, or cuss me out, that's fine as well. Want to be like, you don't know a thing about art. Fine. Come on. I invite criticism as much as I invite, you know, other things. Have at it. Now, there is a difference between criticism. It is something that I think more people need to learn. And it's what I had to learn in art school or in college. Basically, the one thing I came out of college properly learning is criticism. How to take it. How to be like it. Given there have been times that I've dealt with people who are not going on critical about my work, they're getting critical about other things. And I've had to learn to deal with that too. Being a trans creator, I've been on that line quite a while. And, yeah. Not surprised. Here. Let's try and clean. Let's see, what else should I? Well, I'm gonna give a shout out to my sponsor in a minute. Halfway mark of this stream. But I also want to talk about what the hell's going on with cereal. And I don't mean prices. Everybody's got, you know, going on about, you know, prices are high, yeah. It's the economy. That's not what I mean, though. When I was a kid, I grew up with cereal. We had some sugar cereals out there, and we had the healthy cereals. Lately, I've been seeing the healthy cereals go more and more into the sugar category. And the one that got me as of late was Special K. I saw this Special K commercial, and maybe you know the product, maybe you don't. Special K has developed a version of their cereal that is chocolate flakes dipped in chocolate. So it's double chocolate on what normally was a healthy cereal. A cereal that my parents would have given me as a kid was Special K. I love chocolate. In fact, I got a Built Bar right here. You can hear it. It is chocolate. It is chocolate on chocolate. I'm not gonna sit there and pretend a healthy breakfast cereal is a double dipped chocolate flake. No way can you sell me the concept of that's healthy. Now, I can't argue, do I eat sugar cereals? Hell yeah! I eat Cinnamon Toast Crunch to this day! But it's just cinnamon and sugar on a flake. It's not tripling the sugar and cinnamon. It's cinnamon and sugar and a little bit of scent. Hence the name, Cinnamon Toast. There are other Cinnamon Toast brand flavors out there that I'm like, okay, yeah. And then they get a little bit far. I'm seeing Trix cereal with marshmallows. I'm like, what the hell? Why are you putting marshmallows in Trix? That is just making it even more sugar. And the fact that the healthy cereals are coming out with more sugar is making me like go, no wonder why we're fat in America and near diabetic in America. Jesus Christ, we've got freaking or a special K with double the chocolate in the morning. Not that I would complain about it, in a sense of me enjoying it. I probably would enjoy it. But I would not eat that for breakfast. I'd probably eat that for dessert. That seems a little too severe on the chocolate angle. But hey, you might be that kind of person that's like, oh god, I love that special K of chocolate. I'm gonna be hesitant on it, you know? I'm starting to be hesitant on my Cinnamon Toast Crunch because I've got too much sugar. As is, I take in too much sugar. Which is kind of why I'm Built Bar, and we're gonna get into their promotion in a bit here. But I mean, it doesn't help when the cereals are becoming less and less healthy that we're supposed to be healthy. I mean, it's like putting marshmallows in grape nuts. I never liked grape nuts to begin with. I had a friend in college who was adamant about grape nuts. They loved grape nuts. To me, it is just grit. It is not even grits. Because I love myself some hominy grits. No, it is like taking a bunch of rocks and throwing it in your mouth. That is what grape nuts was. It was not tasty. But a friend of mine loved it. I would love to know his opinion of, you know, what these sugary cereals are these days. Because my god, freaking hell, calm down with the freaking sugar flakes. I mean, we are literally getting to the point where the chocolate-covered sugar bombs of Calvin and Hobbes comic fame are real. I mean, it's more sugar on top of the sugar. Okay, let's color a little bit of this of Nanahana. So let's bring her out, bring her colors up. I can get her skin, eye, and hair tones going. Crack in my... Alright. I guess on the last one we'll talk about the subject and basically what the stream is about. So we'll talk about birthdays, we'll talk about me. Well, the me behind the persona. That is I. So we'll do a little bit of celebration and talk while I do that. So I'm just trying to keep the conversation going so we don't have much more to talk about. Chat right now. Yeah, I'm gonna probably do Persona 5 Royale tomorrow and another day this week, so we can properly conclude that. The votes have been concluded on the next game stream, which will be GTA 5. We'll play a little bit of that as well. We've been playing Fallout New Vegas. We're gonna get back to that. I don't know how much of the game I will continue with in New Vegas, because it's an enjoyable game, but it's also, and we've added stuff into the game. I'm hoping it'll carry on into the DLC added episodes or added stories. There could be some other stories that we come into play. I know there's the New California DLC. There's the or at mod that someone added. There's another one that is sort of, I guess, supposed to be a prequel game somebody made. It's kind of odd, you know, with the Fallout games. I've been playing Fallout 4 also while I've been sick. Mainly because I just wanted to. Because I've never properly beat the game. And so I've been trying to play through and beat it. And while I've beaten the mods before, or the DLC before, I've never really beaten the game proper. But I'm still a long way to go in that game. I guess fight back there. Other things to talk about this summer. It's summer out there, of course. Be it, you know, as long as you're watching Northern Hemisphere, that is. It is summer. Well, I guess it's still summer in Southern Hemisphere, but summer's cold there. Whereas the winter's warm. But yeah, I mean, I don't know what. We are facing a little bit of heat around here. It's been kind of mixed. I mean, it's midsummer. I'm used to always getting. The problem is with where I live, it's very freaking heat. Which makes everything miserable to go outside. When I had my car break down on the 4th of July, after I went grocery shopping. I had to get a ride to get home, get the groceries in before some of them, you know, defrosted and started to go bad. But I mean, summer here in where I live is just misery. It's hot, it's humid. I mean, as a kid, I used to be like, okay, I enjoy this. But as an adult, I've come to hate this more and more each summer. Not a season to enjoy. I'm more of a person who enjoys winter than summer. And our winters can get cold, but I mean, it doesn't get, you know, painfully cold all the time. Here, it's like, you'll be drenched wet going outside any given day. Summer. It's like, and it goes on the concept of, I can take clothes off in the summer and I can put clothes on in the winter. There's only so much I legally can take off summer, or I'm down to skin and tearing off my skin. Versus I can keep putting on clothes in the winter. So, I mean, I already think I did. It's just the matter of it can never get unclothed, and I swear, I'm not doing this to be, demonetized at all. But, I mean, I would wear less and less clothes, although I keep my apartment very, very cold. Part of that is because they have a huge problem with silverfish here, since I moved in. And the only way to really deal with them is one of two ways. And I handle them both. If I see them, I'll vacuum them up. But in the summer, I will lower the temperature to just below the temp that they like. Which is luckily only around the 70s. So keeping it in lower 70s, the silverfish don't like it. But it also makes a big difference when I go outside. I swelter from the heat because I've been living in this cool, cold air climate to avoid the summer heat. I've avoided it a lot this year and last year because I hadn't been going out. Because it costs money for me to go out somewhere. And right now, I don't have a vehicle. So, and that I don't have it by choice, it's literally I don't have a vehicle because it's broken down, waiting for it to be repaired. And you may say, well, July 4th was a week ago, and why haven't you gotten it repaired? People tend to go on vacation this time of year as well. And, that's what happened. I got it into to the place to be. It's not the dealership, but the place to be worked on. And the individuals went on vacation the week after. So I'm kind of like, well, that's a bite in my ass. Now I get to be 2 weeks without a vehicle because they went on vacation. Alright, so far, out of these two drawings, I'm liking the other one. This one, if there's a subject I don't like to draw as much, it's drawing heavily detailed characters. Simplifying the outfits would be better. And doing a lot of detail in this suit, somewhat ugh. And at the same time, I'm also drawing a character I really have no opinion on or no care for. Is the Jane Foster Thor costume, which is I mean, I don't hate the character, I just don't care for it. And I mean, I'm pretty much that way on almost all Marvel characters. But I mean, that's me being a child of the 80s, 90s, growing up with a good Marvel, and a great time for Marvel. And coming in and watching people be like, oh, this is the good stuff. Like, Alright. We are at 9 o'clock. Let's start our halfway period here. Let's do a sponsor. Shut up. Let me go to the sponsor. And that is Build Bar. Let me get on the screen here. Wow. There we go. Alright, that is Built Bar. As you can hear, I got a Built Bar. In fact, the Built Bar I got right now in my hand is the Brownie Batter Built Bar Puffs. I've been enjoying them. They are absolutely delicious. They have new flavors. In fact, they just announced on my birthday of creamsicle. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, creamsicle. If you love orange and cream, and you love that you want to have something like that, if you want to have low sugar, low fat, low calorie, but high in protein, then absolutely go to builtbar.com and or built.com and use the promo code EmbryoArts to get 10% off your order. It is something you will not regret. These are delicious. Damien here, who's done it, put in for this request today, has tried the Built Bars and been a reoccurring customer for Built Bars. They are absolutely delicious. They are the perfect protein bar. If you want to get a nice sort of protein kick, they've announced recently, and I got some of the granola bars. I got the peanut butter and chocolate granola bars because who doesn't like peanut butter and chocolate? They are a perfect combination of flavor together. But absolutely check out built.com. Use the promo code EmbryoArts to get 10% off of your order. Entire order. That's on top of any sale items that you get from them. So absolutely check them out and make this deal. It is delicious. It is great. They have new flavors each and every week on top of their regular flavors lineup, which you will find flavors that you love. I mean, if you're a mint person, they always have the mint brownie down there as a flavor. They occasionally have the mint grasshopper cookie flavor as well. I am a huge fan of it, and I will continuously be a sponsor and an eater. I'm not going to eat it just yet because I'm not that hungry, but I'm going to eat it probably before the end of the stream. So we have 3 more hours of the stream. I guarantee I'm probably tearing in that Built Bar before the end. That we have absolutely deliciousness. They focus on flavor first, and they use real dark chocolate. I have to note, yeah, if you don't like dark chocolate, they cover them with dark chocolate. Most of them. They do have some white chocolate if you're a white chocolate fan, but they go with dark chocolate because it is a healthier chocolate. And this, they promise low calories, low serving. This Built Bar, in fact, in front of me has 140 calories, 17 grams of protein, and 7 grams of fat. Or excuse me, 7 grams of sugar. So, I mean, that is a very, very low sugar. If you put that up against a candy bar, which has almost double the sugar of the equal size, you're not talking something small. We're talking about the size of a normal Snickers or normal Milky Way bar. So, I mean, it is, you get what you pay for out of these. This has 3 grams of fat. 3 grams of fat. It is delicious. When you do that ad, I always thought you're ending the stream. I'm not ending the stream, you know. We are, yeah, normally I do it at the end of the stream, but because we're midway through this, we are continuing. But I wanted to do a sponsor, shout it out, and we're going to come right back to our drawing. We might do another shout out to the bar later, but right now we're going to continue back with our drawing. But yeah, I am usually doing that on the end of the art streams. I'm going to be doing that sponsorship all week. So if you're catching our gaming streams, if you're catching our story streams, I'll do a break with the sponsor. I'm trying to push them a little bit more because they are such a good company. And they are good products. I mean, it absolutely comes down to that. And they want to hear more push, and we're gonna give them more push. So, that's what we're gonna be doing. So you'll see more of the ads. coming days. I'm also going to try and put them in the middle of the show, or thing. I'm not going to do it at the beginning like most people, and I'm not going to do it, or I'm going to stop doing it at the end, but try and do it in the middle of the streams. So we'll take breaks here and there, and we'll do Built Bar ads, or whoever else wants to advertise. If you have a company you want to advertise, you know, get in contact with me. I'll be happy to chat with you. Alright. We're gonna finish up the coloring of the small Thor here. Or at least the base coloring, and then we'll do some of the highlights and shadows and whatnot for the character. Let's see here. Based off of this, it looks like the boots and the knees have the silver, but I think the boots are still the dark color. Similar to the leather. So I'm gonna do, you know, silver trim around it, but we're gonna do, dark. Actually, this would be more if I were making greaves, which is the name of what the foot armor is, greaves. You'd want metal on the heel or ankle. One, to protect you, but two, because when you go in for a kick, you're gonna more likely hit them with the foot to the ankle. Somewhere in there, because that's where the most of the force is. If you do a drop kick, you want to get them more on the heel. So, I mean, it's important to note that in a character design of if you want to be more authentic with the character design, that if you go with greaves, that you're going to have something like that. That being said, most people wouldn't do greaves these days. They're clunky. Unless you're a real leg fighter. I remember, is it Sanbo? The leg martial art. Unless you're more, well, Muay Thai is also leg. Unless you're gonna be on that concept, you're not gonna wear greaves. And even then, they don't wear greaves. They tend to wear tape on their legs. Outlook. I don't even know why I can't remove it from my windows. Son of a bitch. Always opening this. Okay. Yes, I see Outlook. Yes. No, I don't use it. Because I don't want to go through the pop every time. I have to check my fix my email. Don't know what pop is. Then got yourself lucky. Oh no. HTML. Looking at this background that Jesse wanted, that I'm doing similar to Damien, and then I'm doing, I see it, it's very 80s-esque rock poster, 80s, 90s rock poster concept, art. I question who did it better, Thor: Love and Thunder 80s rock art look, or Stranger Things? Because in Stranger Things, I know it's not the final; it's the second to final. I think they did the rock moment with Metallica. I feel that was far more metal poster moment than this thing here. But I mean, it's a mixed bag. Yes, I grew up in the time when rock posters were badass. I don't know what they are these days. I have not seen a rock poster. All I've seen is just like crap mixed together. Because I keep thinking this is on the other page. Hide that for a second. No, I don't want you. I need to do her eyes. But I mean, there's something to love about the cheesy 80s rock posters and the entertainment posters. There's something about them. It's just... It was art in the concept of what the hell am I smoking art. And I mean, I heard on the radio the other day or something. Yeah, I think it was the radio. And they were talking about Nirvana's first album that came out. And the poster there, the baby with his ding-a-ling holding out. That you could not make that cover art this day. You would get in so much trouble making cover art like that. And you gotta think, yeah, that's pretty much the case. These days you would not be able to get away with what they did in Nirvana, with Nirvana back in the day. Actually, I've gotta stretch out her hair this way and crank it down. And I mean, it's just that concept is how things have changed so much in 20, 30 years of design and look. It's just... And we used to make fun of Calvin Klein ads in our class and in college, because they were just this minimalistic gray tone. And I watch a lot of clothing and other ads here and there, especially when I'm on YouTube. And it's all still that Calvin Klein blandness. And it makes you wonder, what the hell are you selling? Like, that's the problem, is you need to market what you're selling. And Calvin Klein, you know, some of those ads back in the 90s, you had no freaking clue what you're selling. And they made jokes about that. I mean, there's an episode of Seinfeld where they made fun of the Calvin Klein jean ads, because they're like, oh, you see that crumpled up pair of jeans at far distance, whatnot. Okay, let's see here. Hey man, I'm pretty sure you're not gonna make Mjolnir crack, because Hammer, if you will, is the same one that got broken in Ragnarok. I don't know how it looks cracked, other than how it looks there. I'm probably late to say, but I'm speaking. Nirvana and also Marvel. Did you know things anger smell like a team spirit? Think up anger smell like a team spirit was used the opening Black Widow. I did not. Smells like a team spirit. I did not. I did not watch Black Widow. I still have not watched Black Widow. Again, that is on the list of movies after Endgame, and I am pretty much the movies after Endgame either good or bad, and a lot of them have been bad. And they're bad from the first look. I can watch a trailer of it and I'm like, I don't want to go see this. And while I wanted to see a Black Widow movie, what turned me off on that was she's dead. It makes no sense to make her origin movie after they killed her off. You know, it's no sense at all. And the film was meh. And they really cheesed out Scarlett Johansson. I don't know if that ever got resolved. Disney really cheated out Scarlett Jo on that. And it helps for me not to like the movies when you're not willing to pay your actors what you promised them. I mean, that was sort of the tidbit years ago with Robin Williams and Aladdin, was he didn't get what he was promised in the Aladdin film, making the Aladdin film, which was a red skeleton painting. And he really got upset over that, because he's like, this was something that made me not want to come back, and they had to make up for it. To later bring him in, I think it was the third movie they made. They brought him back in after having Harry Ashura play Genie for so long. But yeah, I have just not been in the mood for any of the Marvel films other than this party. Dan Castellaneta. I got the mix-ups of the of who was who from the Simpsons that was playing the Genie. Fix this part too. Let's do that. I mean, how's... Let me look it up. Correct. Volnir. Alright, I see a version that they're showing on I can still do a cracked Mjolnir. The version I'm seeing though from GameStop, which is claiming to be the official version, that they use for image-wise of cracked Mjolnir is a bit more damaged, and I would imagine it's not going to function. But I can still do a crack on a Mjolnir. There's no problem with that. That's easy. In fact, we'll do it right now. First we'll do color real quick. Color and shade for this plate, for the Mjolnir. That. Put on the corner. On the side. Lighter tone here. And we'll do a layer with the crack. Wait, water. Oh, I've got crack. Oh, wait, it's artificial. Yep, artificial. Okay. Let's actually take it. Happier? And we can in fact go and take, since we did this on a different layer, we're gonna double it. Double it again, and I'm going to do is there you go. Cracked Mjolnir. Not that difficult to do. Even if we wanted to fade it, we can go with each of those layers. Fade it a little bit. Although I do like the blue layer being full. It's some of the things I see, the lightning coming out. Alright, let's do our foreground. I'm gonna go ahead and put Nanahana back, or our Nanahana character. I'm gonna move the background up. I can work with this. And they have the craggly rocks sort of going up, sort of a upward crack. And very dangerous position standing, but character standing there. Uh, 'cause I would not trust these rocks. But hey. But yeah, I mean, like I was saying about the Robin Williams, he was originally promised Disney-owned Red Skeleton paintings. And those who don't know what Red Skeleton or who Red Skeleton was, he was a famous comedian way back in the 40s to 50s that was a clown. But he was also a mime. But I mean, he basically did humor and whatnot, but he had, the paintings were, people talk about the sad clown paintings, they mean the Red Skeleton paintings. Where it's the clown being sad and upset, and that is a Red Skeleton painting. And he was promised one of those paintings because Disney owns a lot of them. And that was part of the deal with Robin Williams playing the role of the genie. Was he was promised those. Gosh, the rock needs. Alright, we're gonna redo this rock here. Alright. But yeah, I mean, it's. Disney didn't hold out to that deal. Yeah, sad face clown. Let me see if I can pull one up here. And I'll show you guys what I mean here. Red Skeleton clown painting. Alright. This is one on eBay being sold for $1,900 right now. And I'm gonna post it up here. I can't. Thought I copied it. Come on. Oh, not gonna let me. Copy image. See if it'll let's see if I can do it. Oh, alright. Go back and see. Copy it elsewhere. Alright. This is a Red Skeleton. We're kind of getting the Mjolnir in there. But this is a Red Skeleton. Sad clown-faced painting. Yeah. They are not highly praised. I mean, they're not expensive, so it likely was in Robin Williams' contract the same way the quote-unquote green M&Ms were for, I think it was for Leonard Skinner or Metallica, one of them. That it's to guarantee you're giving them what they require of a contract. They put in some clause that is oddly, you know, weird, but make sure that you're paying attention to the contract. So the green M&Ms, if you didn't have the green M&Ms, I think it was from Metallica. If you didn't have the green M&Ms, they knew that going in there that they were not getting the deal they were signed up for. And in the same way, I believe that was Robin Williams' contract deal with Disney, that he didn't get the sad clown face, Red Skeleton sad clown face paintings, or painting that he wanted. So it meant Disney was not honoring his contract properly. Now, of course, he worked out with Disney later in his life, because he went on to do Disney films afterwards. But, I mean, for about 10, 15 years, he did not like Disney. And it's because they screwed him out of clown painting, which was in his contract. A red skeleton clown painting. So, I mean, it goes to show how contracts are made. And then that being, quote-unquote, very important for upcoming Demon Blade elements. Not in the current chapter, but later in the same arc that we're in. A contract concept comes into great deal of play. And Tetsu being good at that stuff is how they get it. Alright. I'm gonna be covering up this foot because, not that I don't like it, it's more a matter of trying to get this foreground to work. We're kind of giving an upward look. This is a quick way to do cliffs. Not the best way, but it's a way. This would be a sort of volcanic cliff, almost like this. Don't get it with limestone like this, you get it more with volcanic activity. Kind of give it colors and tones, so start and work my way to light. Over here down. Now we're going to add color, but we're going to try and do it a bit differently than we have. Alright, let's get a textured brush. Yeah, I like these. These ones probably. Let's get another color from above. Go with something lighter. And fine. Get another layer, that way I don't screw up colored base. Work with this as we go out. I think another game we might play this week. We might get back to the Spider-Man game. We did it once. We did not go anywhere near completing it, from what I understand. Kind of just stopped because we got a copyright notice for the music in the background of the game, which I knew was going to happen. I would like to do the Ninja Turtles game that came out, but at the same time, I want to do that with multiple people, which would require getting enough people together on a stream, which is difficult. I mean, we have our regular streams for our movie group and our game group. But we have to schedule it, and even then, things fall through. Not everybody can work the same schedule. So it's a challenge. That's a game that it flat out's like, okay, you need to have multiple players for it, because it's far more fun that way. Something else running in. Let's see. Yes, sir. There's not that much light, and it's right in between her legs. I'm gonna try and work in some dark here. Probably go a bit of black, crevices. Just to add a little bit of dynamic. This. Alright. They did a straight up blue background. Just hard blue. No gradient whatsoever, but they did stuff with the clouds. So like, now, fade that so I can put on sort of a fluffy cloud in the background. It's orange to black, or orange to blue, excuse me. So for this, I'm going to poster back up over here. So color. I'm going to grab this color, which is our brightest color. Paint it enough here. I want to get to our darkest color here. Paint that over here. And get a medium color, which is probably this red. Purple, red, whatever. Sort of blend these. Try and get the color spectrum cloud. Okay. Because we want big fluffy clouds, let's go with a cloud brush. I should have one here somewhere, probably even in. Okay, yes. I'm gonna start with pink. Oh, it's large. orange. Purple. Mixture. Probably need another mixture. That's perfect. Yeah. Violets. I might shrink the cloud down a bit. Dominating so much. Yeah. Cloud down. Blue. I can see. Add a darker blue. I'm gonna pop a little bit better, have that dark there. Want almost a whitish. Okay, let's open. Checking this thing. Why did my brush change? Because I pulled the wrong brush. Okay, got our colors a bit. Now what we're gonna blend these under blending tool. Kinda softly. And then together. Not too worried about the tip of the cloud because I got something else to do, but I wanted to kind of get the colors mixed in. Pretty well. Spectrum. Reason why I said I don't care too much. Like I said, I got a cloud brush that I'm pull up and make that this brighter color. Take the brush tip, adding trying keeping it in the realm of color. Yeah, I'm with long hair. I love long hair. I love having long hair. You're just gonna be eating. That's the one thing. You're gonna be eating your own hair at times. Let's add some dark tones to her. Eight. Let's do transparent. Or let's sure. Alright, we're almost running out of time here, so I need to do some real quick work here on this one, because we're actually pushing into the time limit for this one. So we're gonna throw some lightning at it. Should have a couple lightning brushes. In fact, I just got new ones for the stream, but I like it. Get it to work right. And let's far thinner than no. Or not. That seems more like a wave. Not really a lightning. Nope. Nope. Water. No, I had some. Oh, I'm not in the right folder, that's why. Those petals. Or use lightning. Come on. Waiting for it to load. Village. Fire. That. Do that. Okay. Got 2 more minutes so we can fence spend on this. I'm gonna do it on bringing out the highlights of the metal and the shadows of the metal on the outfit. And I noticed one thing I haven't killed, but it's there. $40X, and I crazy. I've watched Love and Thunder in 4DX, and I think it was crazy in that format. Crazy how? Like, it looked weird or looked fine? I mean, I can honestly say I don't think I've watched anything in 4DX. I may have, I don't remember, if I have, but, I mean, maybe I watched the Spider-Man, No Way Home, in 40X. I don't know. Way format used to use movies, especially seeds. Again, was it good or bad? I mean, I'm kind of puzzled there at your statement. I mean, I remember watching the first of the final Harry Potters in a IMAX theater and nearly snapping my neck on it because I was looking up the damn freaking screen from near bottom. Okay. Yeah, I came out of the first of the Deathly Hallows movies with a stiff-ass neck. Because I was stuck. It was a crowded theater, and I got stuck at the bottom of an IMAX film. And it was not pleasant. To this day, I think my neck hurts still from that. I've watched a couple films almost empty theaters. In fact, I think I was the only one. Nah, I take it back. There was two other people watching the movie. Slipping my mind. I was watching one movie back in the end of 90s, 2000 era. Because I had to do a review for it in one of my film classes. And I was the only of one of two or three people in the theater watching this film. And it's still a highly acclaimed cult movie. And I think that was the reason we had to go see films that were quote-unquote cult films. And it was odd because I saw two that day, and one of which was Pokemon. My best tip when watching a movie in the theater, watch it from the very back row. If you're crowded, the seats are unavailable. Don't go until another day or time. I don't go into theaters anymore. I'm of the mindset, yeah, theaters are good, but I think the last one I watched in theaters was The Martian. No, I take it back. No, it was Your Name. The last one I went to see was Your Name. And I guess I'm just running into bad theater seats or something. I just don't like them. I'd much rather be in a comfy chair or whatnot, especially with movies now thanks to COVID, coming out regularly at home a lot faster. I hate to say thanks to COVID for something, but that is the thing to thank COVID for. I don't see the point in spending a lot of money and then going to a movie theater these days. Unless I'm really eager to see a movie or somebody's treating me to a movie at the theater, I'm probably not going to be at the movie. Okay, alright, I'm calling it here because we have a time limit here. This is what we accomplished in about 2 hours for this one. Is it better than I feel? Yeah. I still... Something about me doesn't like the pose or character. But, I mean, it's decent. I think we got it pretty well. This fills Damien's criteria. And, yeah, I mean, we got our character being the female Thor from Thor Love and Thunder. So there. Yeah, we have that set. Like I said, about an hour ago, it was like, let me draw something, or I came up with an idea to draw something that I haven't drawn in a while. I'm gonna open up an image of what I drew, and I'm gonna draw something new with this character. It is an original character. So, I'm trying to pull up. Let's see if we can find some art here. Maybe go. There's one image. I want. Okay. This is a bad image, so to speak, of Fawn from 11 Kingdoms. So I'm gonna try and redraw Fawn, but in a new pose and in a new look. It was a really bad drawing, in my opinion, at that time. We're gonna draw her, and we're gonna draw her from scratch, so people are gonna be able to see how sort of you come up with a character and how you design it. So one of the things I want to do is draw her, trying to do her face or head right here. Draw a position. So we're gonna do head here, shoulders here. I'm gonna do maybe fist coming and curling forward as she's bending back. So, back in 11 Kingdoms was originally written in 2013, 2012. A lot of the story is based on sort of well, it's an isekai, essentially. But it's the main character, Jamie Eve, is sort of forced into this position to sort of play a mascot for the company, for this massive multiplayer game, 11 Kingdoms. And the character is named Fawn Bitten. Due to a psychopath, she gets her mental consciousness ripped from her body and placed into the game world, and being forced to survive the game world and search for the person who did this to her. And it's not just her story. The story's told in two different perspectives. It's told in first person when it gets to Fawn's story elements, and then it's told in third person when it's told through the elements of other characters in the story. So we have characters like her teammates that she grows and learns over. You see her of it initially. You see them through Fawn's eyes, and they grow. And then when Fawn's trapped, you see them trying to take actions to try and bring her out. So yeah, we're sort of doing a forced perspective of the character in this one. And, you know, talking about Greaves, I think I did give Fawn grief. I think that's what triggered it. Is like, let me do Fawn. I haven't done Fawn in years. Let me do Brawl Fawn. So, basically, we're trying to do a rough sketch of how I want her to be presented. We're going to do her staff in the back. She is what is called a mage hand, which is basically a magic user that is forced melee. So basically, she enhances her own fists and abilities with her magic. She can do some ranged, but she mainly is forced to do melee. So, yeah, it allows me to do some things with the character to, one, make a badass female, and two, make her, you know, play her out. Now, as developing her character, Jamie suffered from anxiety disorder, severely. She had trouble from the get-go. At the start of the story, you read and catch up with her, which you can catch on our storytime streams. She was so bad that when she went to meet her teammates, she was throwing up. She couldn't handle just meeting new people too well. And she's learning to cope with her anxiety disorder as she learns to survive and fight and confront both her problem and the problems of, you know, being this image icon that goes from being hero to most people's eyes to an object to be captured in the final half of the book. Because they basically, a bounty's been put out on her, and this is what's happened in the latest storytime streams that we've done this story. A bounty was put on her halfway through the book, and people can now hunt her for items. And they think it's all, you know, oh, it's fake, but they're trying to also, the main characters are trying to, you know, present, no, this is a real person trapped in a real world, or trapped in this fictional world. And we're trying to get her free, but you people are hunting her down like a dog. And all the while she's trying to find out who it was that brought her here in the first place. Alright, first up, she has a weird, almost only fictional RPGs would have armor. I wanted, when I designed her initially, I wanted her to have a look that only an RPG would do. But I wanted it to look somewhat iconic at the same time. Okay, she still has shoulder pads on that side. Okay. Shoulder pad. Okay, so it does that. Yeah, I initially wrote the story in 2013. The story was remade in 2015 because we had to do some edits. There's some updates to it. But very much it explores what consciousness means and how to survive when your own identity is being taken from you. Or surviving when you're losing yourself consciously and all that. So it's a very interesting take on a story in that sense. And I go into a lot of both science fiction and science fact, stuff that people have actually been doing over the years. I was reading a lot of medical and scientific studies at the time to get the novel straight. So I learned about robotics, I learned about the brain, what we know about the brain and how we're scientifically working on the brain. Stuff like that. I mean, that's how you go to learn. I think it took me 2 years because I did all that. Because I wanted to make sure I had, the concept of the shared brain experiments, the concept of the split, downloading your brain and putting it on, basically on disk where you can live forever. Stuff like that. And it's nice to see a lot of this is coming to be true in story-wise and motion since then. I know I'm not the first to write about it, but I tried to do a story fully around it. And I don't know too many that have done it since. In that way. It's an isekai, but it focuses on both the outer world and inner world. So if you think about it in isekai terms, it's kind of like Alicization of Sword Art. Where there was a lot of them dealing with saving Kirito's life on the outside as well as the inside. Let's see here. She had another band, I think, across. Oh, no. It was higher. Another band right here. I can pull up another cover. I think I have another one that does a little bit better. Oh, here we go. It's a little bit better. So yeah, we do have a cut midriff. There's a gem on this side. Make sure we got that focused. I know this looks like a mess, but that's what we do. Layers. Let's work on the face first. Work on the head. very much character-wise, I mean, she's... When I wrote... Because, I mean, it's a little bit different with writing and drawing, but when I designed her character, she's a little bit wider-eyed version of Mai in design, at least Fawn is. Jamie is a bit more mousier. She's probably closer to what I do for Eno. Drawing-wise. And if you're wondering what Jamie kind of looks like, that's supposed to be Jamie, that's supposed to be Fawn. Two sides of the same coin, but one is thrust in the limelight a bit more than the other. She has midnight sun, a crown bit on her forehead. That is the name of her kingdom is called Noyox, and it is the land of the midnight sun. Means the basically a freaking North Star. The game, it's a lot of stuff elemental-wise put in the story of the game. Now, going on to, while I'm going to talk about that, I'm also going to talk about why this is a big stream for mobile. One, we kind of touched upon it in the first hour of our stream, where I was going through, yeah, this is making up for me being sick for the last few weeks, but also, it's been my birthday, but today's not my birthday, but my birthday was middle of the week. Initially, we were going to do the stream on Wednesday, but because I had almost no voice at the time, I'm probably also going to have a very scratchy voice tomorrow. Because I can feel the tickle in my throat. But yeah, it caused me not to be able to really be vocal enough on Wednesday. So I was like, okay, yeah, I'm not going to talk much. I had a lot of phone calls though that day, which didn't help. But yeah, it was my birthday. Let's see. I know she's got a braid, but I don't know which side it is. It's not showing there. Okay, she does have a braid on both sides, okay. Well, a beaded point of the hair. But go ahead and put tone of green down. On down. sort of the Amazon armor, Amazonian armor for her. Where one breast is covered, one is not. It is kind of historical. Don't ask me why, because I honestly do not remember why. But it is Amazonians. The true Amazonians did protect one boob over another. It was usually the boob on the right, I believe, even though your part's on the left. Probably be better to protect that one. But, you know, I'm not an armor smith of the 1st and 2nd century. You know? It's cool. And that's why I chose the look, but... And I will say I did add... So, I am at fault for adding the cleavage. So, yes. I also wanted an idea of what a light armored mage is. D&D, I kind of use D&D elements to help form the world in the story. I'm not liking it right now. I am not liking all this we just drew. I'm not. Trying to get back to concept here. But yeah, I mean, if I were to go through and say, you know, where the armor idea came from or how I got her armor situated. It came partially from the Amazonians, but also the concept that I wanted a mage with a light armor. But I wanted to make it look like it's truly light armor. Because she has to be able to move quickly and whatnot in armor. She's also a mage, so it'd be probably bog her down if it weren't light, sort of, just barely there armor. So I designed it off the Amazonian armor a little bit. Trying to design the face better. Stuff. Get a little bit of Tetsu's face in it. Or Tetra's face. Goes to say, I mean, you'll tend to draw the same characters when you get used to it. And so you gotta work on creating a different look for them. Redesign the crown a little bit. There. This. Um. Let's see. Okay. Purple goes in front, sort of wide back. The purple's kind of necessary. It was a design aesthetic because Jamie had a black spot ink in her hair, which caused part of her anxiety. So, in her reversal character, her hair is black with a streak of purple. So it helps denote sort of the same sort of characteristics. So she made it sort of her image, have the dark hair instead of having a character with a white streak, which I have several of, or a blonde streak or something like that. I have a character with a black streak on their hair, so a dark spot on. Which I always kind of thought, you know, if you're gonna bleach or blonde your hair and have a streak through it, like people were doing in the 90s, the early 2000s, whatnot, why not do the reverse? Do a black streak, do a dark streak. I mean, that's how Jamie got her hair design. Armor. I think there's a strap there. That, rest, this. There we go. That's a bit better. Okay, so we'll fade that. I'm actually going to go up to almost 50 for the eyelash. Try and treat this a bit later. Go. Bringing it back down to our 20. We use nothing. Alright. Moving this eye around. Cross side too. Do the eyebrow. don't like that things. Definitely get her cheek. Let's see. Let's do air. She only had 3 in that one. She had multitude in that. Let's do one big one here. Maybe sort of a small one here. Small one there. And there. Alright. Then we can do star, opal, black opal, it should be onyx, not opal, onyx. Yeah, when going back to character design and elements of doing a good character, I mean, I wrote Jamie and her frustration with her mother, particularly, and her love with her grandmother. Sort of a, you know, she had a stronger relationship with her grandmother than her mom. That sort of formed Jamie as a character. You get to see her dealing with things like her grandmother's death in an early part of the story, and then confronting with her mom, dealing with her own almost having lost her daughter moment. Well, having lost her daughter and trying to have explained to her that she's alive in a capacity of some sorts, and feeding her daughter in the game world, playing the character briefly. Another role that kind of gets played out, and doesn't get really played out by Jamie's father. Don't see her father in the story. I've been thinking about writing a sequel to it, and I kind of feel like her father may play a larger role in the sequel. But for now, most of the story, you get a picture of her father in her mind, or a story of her father basically being told of what happened to him and how he is the way he is, or who he is and whatnot. He's not I mean, it's not like, oh, he's a bad person. No, he's there. He just travels, and so he's not seen much in Jamie's life as an influence. But another man, her boss, well, her manager above her, basically plays the fatherly role in the series, and who's a father himself. Strap on the neck, strap on the side, and actually there's 3 straps there. Supposed to be 3 straps. Okay. There is a 3rd. Because that's the more appropriate image. That's the somewhat finished image I've done before of her versus. No. Would I tell 11 Kings in a comic like I've done with Blade? No, actually, it might actually go the other way around, and Demon Blade might start becoming a story mode, or story, instead of a comic, simply time. Go with. 11 Kingdoms, I'd like to see it in some other form or media. I don't feel I have the proper term in my head to draw it as a comic. Proper image in my head to draw it as a comic. I mean, I can draw out the characters. I'm illustrating the book a little bit. But at the same time, I kind of don't want to do a comic of it. I feel it's much better as a novel, which is what it is. I feel it tells a greater story that way. So I'm not gonna turn around and turn this into a comic, simply because it's long. It's long, even as a novel. When I tell people or publishing companies and whatnot, you know, hey, I got this novel complete, and I tell them it's over 870 some pages, they're like, what? We ain't touching that. Because most companies don't want to go that high in a novel. We're going to be self-publishing. I do plan to have book form out this year. And if I get, or I'm living on the street, I can probably do that. I mean, it's not something I'd like to be doing. Nobody really wants living that life, I don't think. But I'm going to go with what cards you got dealt for you right now, and right now, not in a good spot financially. I'm a little bit calmer than I was in the past, but partially because I know a lot of this has been something coming for a while now, and I'm not ashamed to say, yeah, it's happening. My life. Gotten out of it before, and I'll get out of it again. I remember where the strap comes. Wait to the couple roll, actually. Find the shoulder. And hair. I mean, there's a lot of stories that come and go in my head. This is one that stuck with me for years. Well, I wrote it in 2013. But, I think I came up with it like somewhere around 2008. I just didn't know how to tell the story, in a sense. And I worked out elements and parts and whatnot. I know 2012 was vigorously the most time I did a lot of the research for it. Partially because I was in between jobs. I think I was in between jobs at the time. And I spent most of the time trying to figure out what to do with my life while I was sitting there. And I mean, between this and Demon Blade 2013, 2015, I was busy. 2012, I did get a job. It was okay, and I stuck with it for about 2 years. 2-3 years, maybe like that. I had moved at the time because I moved out of a roommate situation into a apartment on my own. And in the apartment on my own, I had a lot of space to work from, and I focused on my work and my artwork and my story, and I was doing a chapter of Demon Blade a month, because I had the energy to do it. And I was being more sloppy with pages too. That's another reason. Redone in 2015. It was a lot less sloppy. Back and shoulders are stiff. Ryan! We're only 5 out of 6 hours, almost 5 out of 6 hours. Almost 5 out of 6. Not there yet. We have 20 minutes to go. We're in our final hour. I have to give credit to those people who do 24-hour streams. I couldn't do it. I could not do it. I mean, we've done 8-hour streams with gaming, but I mean, with gaming, I can put my shoulders into place and look relaxed. Art, I have to raise my shoulders to the table that I'm working on. So, my shoulders are getting stiff. It happens. I accept it. Her hair done enough to where I can color yet. And do part of the body and eyes, definitely. Kind of pops the pinkish color. Let's do dark. I mean, for not the keep wanting to say. Or the onyx. Skin. It's another alternate of Jamie in the story. Jamie is a very tanned kid. She grew up in Miami. Fawn is a very, very pale skin, fair skin. Because she's basically Jamie's ideal of the fairy tale princess. Because that's what she was designed to do, is create a fairy tale princess. But to make a fairy tale princess that can last in an RPG. Fawn is fair skin. If nothing more, playing on the concept of Snow White, that kind of scenario. And it's a good idea when you create a character design or whatnot. I don't like that grayish now that I see it. Think of how you want the color to be. And let's see. I want a little. There we go. Shadows and lights. Stuff like that. Tonage is a good thing to figure out with a character. What kind of tones they have. Skin tones, like I said, if I was doing Jamie, I'd do it darker skin, not she can. If I was doing, and in Fawn, I'm doing it a lighter tone. When I do Tetsu slash Tetra, they are always light skin, fair skin. While most Asian slash Japanese have a more yellowish tone in their skin, yeah, not me being racist, it's generally the tone of their skin. It being what is it? Asnu. Or something. Asnu. She tends to be more a mixture of Russian and Japanese descent. So I figured that out on the look, designing the character, that Tetsu is going to be fairer skin. And fairer skin than Mai. Mai's gonna be, even though Mai comes from essentially the same area, he has demonic blood and different little treatments. So I made Mai a bit darker, bit more, probably more towards Asian skin tones than would be for, say, a American skin tone or anything. I mean, when you're thinking of it, you need to look at the tones and decide buckles. You need to plan out what the character's tone is, as well as the character's looks and color schemes. And we kind of gone over this. In a way, Fawn here. They tend to go with pinks and greens. Simply because a little bit of the opposing color, they're hinting at the opposing color, but they're not quite there. They do kind of look good if you do them right. If you do them wrong, they kind of look like fluorescents on characters, so it's a little difficult sometimes to do it. But Fawn has a mixture also of oranges and blues. Fawn actually has 4. My hair color is blue, but I don't... Well, I mean, I guess her eyes are freaking orange to yellow. I mean, I have to figure out those colors. So then, when I dress the character, if I do color versions of Demon Blade, you would see it. A lot of the outfits designed are to not contrast, but are built around the color scheme I put for that character. So, Mai tends to be in her pinks and greens. Tetsu tends to be in light blues, occasional orange, but mostly white or black, with occasional red or pink here and there. Ino is primarily red. Almost always she is in red. Red and black usually for her. And then Kyle tends to be greens to teals. A little bit more cooler colors. Give you a sense of more relaxed and calming. That's the personality of Kyle. Ina's more striking because she's more unsteady. Mai is more subtle, color harmony sort of bit, even though she's angry and furious and has an attitude a lot of the time. Let's go a little bit further. Just a little. The Fawn, it's very much, I mean, I would do contrasting colors for her and Jamie. So, while I subtly have the orange and blue on her, Jamie would probably have the orange and blue more. I mean, her hair is blonde to orange color because it's been bleached over the years. Probably. To, you know, it's things to think through when you're drawing a character. Do that. We're gonna light tones. Got it. I can do a hair from opera. We'll still have to do. So it's supposed to be this dark purple, almost black purple. Highlights. I mean, basically, you gotta think through personality for both look and clothing. If you're reading the current issue of Demon Blade, which is coming out, hell, I can pull it up because I've got it over here. This design for Tetsu, I came out of the blue for. I wanted to have him, well, Emperor, because the character primarily has girl clothes by this point. Maya's changed most of the clothes to girls, and Tetsu's hiding the fact that he's also buying clothes that are girls also. But this time, you know, he didn't have Maya around to do anything. I might change a little bit of it, how this crop top is here. Um, but yeah, it's a crop top sort of mix here with some black bands. And so, I mean, I'm trying to do stuff, but I mean, if you couldn't tell, this is blue, white, pink, which represents trans flag. That's who was wearing. But I did a unique design of it. And because it's gray, so you wouldn't know that without hearing that. But it also matches sort of a bit Tetsu's eyes, shirt. I mean, you think of things like that. Now then I have simple designs like Frank here, who wears a straight up blue collared golf shirt. So when I draw something like that, I put that in. But I mean, in this case, we're doing fun, so we wanted more of, she's supposed to be a princess, yet at the same time an idol for the game. So we need to design her look a little bit more dynamic, a little bit more, robust. So we have pink vest under this lavender, or under this guard, lavender, belts and whatnot she has, with a lavender trim. Actually, I don't think she's green and pink. I don't think she's nice colors. I think, no, she is blue and, yeah, she keeps on blue and purple. That's what she, what is her lip? Nothing. Well, there's another way I can find out. I can use the image tab for the official release. No, that's not it. That's the back. That was the one we were working on. I know we have it in Dining and Doodles because we've used it for our storytime read. So I can pull up the storytime look. I mean, this is part of the final book, right here. So I mean, we saw here you had chapter 12, Poison of Hope, and chapter 13, Royal Disease. So her hair is this dark black to purple. Got the bright green with the fair skin and a dark red. So that's what it is. It's supposed to be a dark red lip. We're gonna go dark red lips. There is a bit orange in this. Still carries our this. Let's purple coming in. Carry over. Yes, it does. Alright, so let's purple trim. Continues for lavender trim. Bottom half. We have the blue mini skirt with frill. I also have buckles and armor as well. That's actually armor. Sides. Armor on the side. something like a belt. A thicker belt. Something that... Yeah, they're... where that armor is. Okay, so we're gonna do it around her waist here. Belly button. Let's... Gosh, I'm trying to remember to do this from memory from having drawn her so long ago. Belt. Liking it. Really not liking it. Okay. Let's... Got belts, multiple belts above with multiple belts. Each side will have the armor attached. What can I say? I designed her in 2013. Belts were all the rage. Alright, giving people multiple belts was all the rage. Technically 2012, but still. And you think back to that, and you had a lot of belted characters coming out around that time in media. So I was just contributing. Alright, we are in our last hour of this night. We hopefully will be back tomorrow, provided my voice holds up. Like I said, we're gonna try and work on finishing Persona Royale. We have 8 days left on the dungeon of the final regular story boss. But we have another dungeon, from what I understand, to go, and more story after the boss, because we got the counselor. So hopefully I might be able to finish all of side characters, getting them up to their max level of companionship. I don't know. My main problem's been Yusuke. Is the last member of, well, Yusuke and Futaba. Futaba, I don't expect that I can finish. Yusuke, I'm literally 1 day from finishing. But he has to show up story-wise. And I think we already went on ahead into... No, we went into Mythos. That's where we went in. We went into Mythos so I could get to mostly the bottom. I have not reached the bottom of it yet. And I can't reach the bottom until we finish the final dungeon. Or the game set final dungeon. whereas the added final dungeon come in afterwards, and we also have to finish up mementos. Alright, let's... work on this frill, that armor going, so, working on that. That's actually and earth, that shade, everything is alright. My opening probably over here or over there. I see it. Alright. Yes. There we go. Alright. Got the base color there. Keep really under that we sure. And purple. That's set for and I mean, as we get into the story this week, because we'll be getting into the 11 Kingdoms this week for our story time. This is not going to be the outfit Fawn's going to be in. Well, she'll be in it for like a brief minute or two. Partially because she's going to a winter world, a winter games place in the game. So, scantily clad Fawn is not going to be something that she can handle. With where she's at. So scantily clad Fawn is gonna have to switch out for winter gear Fawn. And it was part of my idea, is like, let me design, let me pick sections of the world that I think would get along enough to be part of the game. And the reason why it's called 11 Kingdoms is the world is divided up into 11 sectors in the game. Only in the game. The real world, it's still, a giant mess of politics and nonsense. But it's a bit different than our world as it is. Unfortunately, it's getting close to that world, and I don't want it to be. I wrote it as a semi-altered world in our sense, where the UN is now in control of everything, and run by China. And it's partially due to the effects of a giant World War III. In a sense, they call it something different. They don't go with World War III in it. They instead call it the War of Ideals. And I wrote it basically off of interpretations of military moves and action by people in 2013 based on their actions. So a bit of a bit of ISIS is in there that came into play. Got, you know, elements of Russia doing stuff, as well as, well, China kind of played a weird game in there through my scenario when writing the story of what happened to the world. China kind of sat back and played the game as an observer building power, and that's how they got in charge, is because they didn't take a side and they let everybody else fight it out, and but they had the power and the means to basically be like, don't mess with us, don't mess with us, and basically because of that, they were able to sit back and be like, okay, war's over, we're claiming all this territory, and the U.S. is basically depowered. It's not as strong and powerful as it even is today. It's taken out of its current nature and put into a different system. Instead, it becomes more of a company-run country than a country run by the people, for the people. It's run by a company, which, ironically, very much the Google or Amazon in the story. Amazon was just becoming a big thing, or a thing at the time. It wasn't as big as it is now, and when I wrote it, and Google is big, but they considered that, you know, YouTube was just getting started at the time. And so, yeah, the big company at the time in the story that continues through, the company behind it all is called Black Clover. No relation to the manga, because the manga wasn't out at the time I designed Black Clover as the company. The manga, I don't think even existed at the time I wrote the story. The concept was, hey, I wanted a company that sounded like it was friendly, but at the same time was a mega corporation that controlled people's lives. Because that's what they are. And it's that control of people's lives that pretty much makes this story part of what it is, because company's not the bad guy, but it is not portrayed as a good guy either. It's portrayed as, you know, we have our best interest in play, and that's how we're going to play it. Now, whether or not the villain is based out of the company or not is up to the reader. Well, it's not up to the reader. It's up to it's determined later. So, I mean, to make the story be told in a way that it keeps you guessing, I had to make elements of the company suspicious. People, you know, it keeps you guessing on villainy. I don't like how the arm is I started the hair in the back. Let's finish the hair in the back. But yeah. I mean, what I'm thinking for the sequel to this would be the people that are stuck in the game world carrying on their lives and the world trying to figure it out. So that after that point, it's pretty much going to be the world taking on the concept and figuring out, you know, what use is this them? What use to the world would be people that are purely digital be the world. So yeah. That's gonna probably be played into any sequel if I do write a sequel. I've written concepts of what will happen, some of the characters portrayed. Even a really kick-ass opening to that novel that is very much a theatrical based opening. Has the main character jumping from space. Without a parachute. And I mean, at the time I came up with that initial concept, no one had done it yet. Someone has done it since. But they've done it with a parachute. They didn't do it without a parachute. But someone has done that jump. What I hear from what I've read and whatnot, and the moments, you know, you have the moments whenever a spacecraft enters, there's a dead silence, there's a quietness in the atmosphere. That's when they're going through a portion of the atmosphere, which is damn right freaking nightmare fuel of flying. And I had to write it based off of what those accounts were and of re-entry, and it sounds like, oh, you want a clear sky. The character doesn't get to choose the sky at the moment. She's going through basically upper atmosphere storms, which are it's like going through a thundercloud in an extreme thunderstorm. And that's what the character's doing in that scene, and it oh my god, I try to get an emotion or a feel for a scene or for a chapter as I go, an issue for Demon Blade, and that chapter was like, I just want cool and frightening in the same chapter. I want something that's really cool, but really freaking scary to a person going through that. I'm probably gonna do something different with the hand because I don't like this. Maybe move where the stack's coming. Have 45 minutes. I need to push up my movements for legs, body, so I can finish the. So actually, let's redraw this. Let's redraw the leg. Do our arm kind of coming in there. and here, staff here, and do one leg here, and one leg down, bent, coming like that. Now, let me see. Before I give her the gauntlet. In the story, she's gained gauntlets. And she alters those gauntlets to be deadlier. That's knuckle there. Let's do. I'm going to do this one there. But in the first note, or at least in this first story, the staff is very important to her. Called the Ebony Staff. Partially named after her mother, honestly. And she created it before going in, or being put into the game. Had it beforehand, and it helps boost her magic ability. Since she has it. Get our legs in. Place. We can actually fade the ebony staff right now. Leg. I'm working on. Leg. Why is this fading? Okay, this is on the wrong layer. Down. Oh, a little bit. Up. That one. Okay, I think I actually have it as or a shoe, not a boot. Fine. That's a lot of walking in the story. Particularly once she's in the game, she's doing a lot of walking. Oh, we'll also be introduced to the start of her nights. Bond's nights. Basically, her traveling. That's where we're gonna be. Sorry. You've kind of actually we've already met one, which is probably the one of the more oddity characters I came up with at the time. I wanted a slime-like humanoid, and hey, since then we've gotten several stories with slime-like humanoids. But at the time I was like, let me do a slime humanoid as a character, and I made it into a doctor from Finland, who ends up being sort of the voice of reason for Fawn, for a lot of things, sort of being her kind of is her doctor throughout the series, or throughout the story, after he's in the game. So it's basically the person who takes on the role, trying to calm her down, keeping her steady. That is the character named Dylan. And I basically wanted sort of a medical expert in her group, keep her basically, one, healthy, but also keep her calm, being someone who still suffers from anxiety, even though she's in the game. I mean, there's a lot to be anxious about when things are out there actually trying to kill you. So, yeah, I mean, it's no surprise that he needs a voice of reason. A voice of sort of... He plays sort of the big brother role for her, I guess. To better put it. And he proposes as her big brother, part of the story. But it's Fawn in disguise at the time, so it's not this Fawn, but it's how she was looking that girl time. I know there's belts coming down. I don't know if I want to call that. Going a bit too belt heavy. Given we're almost 30 minutes ending, let's not waste too much time. We still needed a background, so we need to focus on. Do something with that fist in a bit. She's known for magical fists. She is. leg's a bit messy, so we'll clean it up a little bit here. And then we'll start doing some shadows. Pull that staff up a bit. That's a better spot in this. So we can get to finishing this up. Let's forward. Piece I'll do on this side. And then we'll do something similar here. Repeat some of the colors already in her. Red, dark red. I'll do a light red on top of it. Or lighter red. Eyes. On the and maybe bit of the little bit. Not doing it on that side, so actually, yeah, got it. Purple, whatever you call it. Then we'll do highlights. Now let's work with the onyx here with a bit of, that is the abs, dark blue shadow, and do a light blue light. Let's see. Yep, alright. Let's go back to our skin shadow, skin tone shadow, and we'll do her earlobe. There, her, leading up to elbow, and do another curls from the hand down. A little bit of darkness eyelash, or I mean under her eyebrow. Just a little. Where's the eye that is darkest? Let's do a shadow of the knee. Actually, pretty much just all that. Right. There. Bring the staff up. Alright, we're going to go with the hair right now. Have to raise the tolerance of the hair. Alright, no. Just good enough. Now, because we're dealing with a dark hair, only two ways we can go. We can go darker, which we're going to go darker in a few areas here. And by doing that, we're just going straight black. And then we'll go lighter in some other area. So I'm just trying to, if you're not seeing what I'm drawing, I apologize. It's color issues that's going on. But trust me, I'm drawing in some black on the next one. You'll be able to see because it'll be going into a lighter color. I want to get dark shadow. Gives her a bit of a darker hair style there. Alright, now we're going to choose this bluish purple. Looks more bluish than purple. Lavender color. Sort of deep highlights. We're just sort of jagging the pen a bit here. Let's add some reflections of metal, or tone the metal a bit here if we can. Let's start with metal that is the armor. Our soft brush. Kinda get a feel for how we want the armor to look and shaped. Two of tonight's we had to do armor. Interesting. Will I be doing any extended art streams later this week? Maybe. I might do another art stream. I don't know what day. I haven't gotten the set in stone. Part of being an independent creator. Add some darker tone. Add that metal. Now we're gonna do the gold trim on possibly the buckles and them going. Okay, we'll just do a little bit of highlight. I think that's the appropriate dark of that gold, but I mean, we're going to be working on all of them sort of that way, so have a dark tip of the buckle. And then some highlight, white. I need to do a crown too. Add that dark. Highlight. Okay, we got a little under over 50 left. Still need to do a background, but I also want to finish what I plan to do with her. We're gonna start with the lavender first, because this is supposed to be silken, so, and her hair is supposed to have some texture as well, or purple in her hair. So we're gonna do white, lighter purple. Actually, that one. Darker. Alright, And her hair, we're going to be doing in darkened purple. Lighter dust. Alright, and let's add a bit of tonnage to the skirt and the scrunchie. Grab that blue, darken it, and put the airbrush in. So dark tones around the armor and the belts. Maybe find a few spots here, there. Add shadow. Now, I said I wanted to do something with her aura around her fist. We're going to that is the one. Okay. So we're going to, on a new layer, okay, bunch of these. Actually, largest Actually, let's make it magical energy. Lighter green side. White. Going to actually get it soft. Brush that. Hard brush some magic. Nope. Eraser. Want the brush. Hard brush. Hard brush some. Hard some. And then we're going to go to this brush tool. Add the sparks. So we're doing that. Let's do sparks. Oh, wait. Let's do one thing that I missed. Oh no, that's the beads in her hair. Okay. I'm also gonna have to do something with the staff as we go, but we're gonna work from here. We're gonna work on a dark, but we're gonna go to dark red. Go from dark blue to dark red. Dark blue. Okay. Now I'm going to airbrush off. Brushes. Alright. We're gonna be doing almost similar to what we did with the light with the clouds on the last one. We're going to be slowly, kind of lightly brushing in the blue to the red. And I'm just gonna keep doing this lighter and lighter tone. Of this red. Almost red hue. Had a brighter pink. Okay. Got our staff on the alternate side. Got a rune brush. So let me find that. First get Let's see. I know I have a brush of rune. Lights, crackle. Right. I'm going to start here, bring it out. Working, but it's not working quite the way I wanted it to. Have to do it. Okay. That's light. I take that light blue that we're going to do, crank down the airbrush. Add glow. Kind of get it with a soft brush. Lastly, let's do her. shade, or it's darker than the path. But, alright. Crossing color. And like it, but I actually want a lighter blue. Grab the lines we got. Another layer. And collectively have points where the blue is white. Blue is brighter. Like, and there we go. Quick drawing that we put together. Doing a character from scratch, so you guys can see me do the process of it. There are touches and issues that I might get back over. But overall, it's not a bad drawing. For a 2-hour quick fit out, that's what we got. So yeah, we got our 3 drawings tonight. I'm gonna go over each one. We started with our pink skulled girl on a Pokeball. So we got her there. We drew her out as we requested. Wanted to do a fun scene. Then we had Sael from Nanahana dressed as female Thor with a cracked Mjolnir in sort of the similar background that Thor promoted. And then we had our original Fawn Midden sort of doing her magical fighting pose and all that. And so we kind of done all of this. Again, this is sort of a mega adventure birthday party. Please, again, like, comment, and subscribe. It helps us be found in the algorithm. I'm going to jump to our sponsor again and thank them again. So this is another ad for you all, Built Bar. They are an amazing protein bar, but they also replace candy bars. They focus on flavor first, but they also are low calorie, low fat, low sugar. They are absolutely delicious, and I cannot speak higher of them. I mean, I absolutely love these things. We've covered, if you wanted more details, we got it there earlier, but it is built.com. Use the promo code EmbryArts to get 10% off your order. That's on top of what other sales they have. So 10% off that order to get the flavor of the bars you want. And hey, you don't want the flavor if you don't want the bars. Hey, then you can get the Boost, which is a drink additive that adds no calories, no sugar, water, or a Built broth. Gives you great, and in my opinion, one of the best chicken broths I've had. Comes from Built broth, and it is low calorie. It's literally 50 calories for Built broth. If you're looking to lose weight, yeah, check out Built Bar. They are a great tool. If you're looking to cut back on the sugar, check out Built Bar. They're a great tool for you. And so yeah, they are a great sponsor. We went to them for sponsorship instead of them coming to us. But we are glad to have them. And if you want to be a sponsor too, hey, let us know. Email us. We have it. But also go to our Patreon site. We don't push this up. Wrong page. There we go. We don't push it enough, but it is patreon.com/demonblade. Yeah, that's right. The only site that we have social media that is not embryoarts.com or embryoarts is our Patreon page, which is patreon.com/demonblade, because it's more to promote our comic, Demon Blade, that we release. Intentionally, we're supposed to release a page a week. It's not been happening lately. It's been about 2 pages every 2 weeks, which is still up to date. But I mean, we're working on it. Great comic series. Pretty much, if you like action, you like comedy, you like drama, but you want it in a good, old story that has a unique art look. I go on it's on Webtoons and it's on Tapas. There's not that many comics that would beat us in our look and our format. We're a little bit different than any other comic on their sites. We try to go with a traditional manga look to the work, to give the hint and whatnot. And so yeah, this comes out each and every week. Check it out. Again, go to patreon.com/demonblade to support us if you want. Or if you want to be a sponsor, hey, contact us. We have contact motions through whatever you're looking at. Especially if you're on our Facebook page. Hey, just message us on Facebook. But yeah, I thank you all for joining in tonight at this extended long art stream. It has been a wonderful night to join in and have 3 wonderful drawings. We will be back mostly tomorrow to do some of the try and finish up Persona 5 Royale stream that we've been doing. I don't know if we'll finish it tomorrow night. We might be finishing it later in the week as well. But we're going to be doing that Persona 5 Royale tomorrow night instead of the Fallout New Vegas, simply because I want to finish the story. If I get told to get out, in a week, I want to be able to finish up that story. So until then, I hope you all have a wonderful week and a wonderful year. Good night, everybody.